Speaking of Falcon Punch, she is jamming for Larakai and picking up lead jammer. That's 2 in a row. Solstice unable to get through. And as I say, that skips 2 on turn 3, escaping from Meliwana, who jammed and is now blocking. So in heavy rotation for Larakai.
Larakai maybe taking advantage of the fact that they're a little more well-rested than the Contrabanditas, only having had 2 games yesterday. They're in a position where they can maybe double shift a couple skaters, where the Contrabanditas might just be a little more tired.
That's right. That is the other argument on the side. Yes, Larakai had an easy time of it yesterday. Maybe they were not challenged, but they are well rested for this game. They're going to send out Legsite, who is a new exciting jammer for them. We saw her yesterday. We haven't seen her completely challenged yet. We're going to see what she can do against the Contrabanditas. And is that Miracle Whips once again for the Contrabanditas? Yes, it is.
It's a foot race to see who can get out of the pass first, but Legsite manages to get out, but the referee is ruling that she is not the lead jammer.
Not the lead jammer. Miracle Whips had almost made it out, but was hunted down by Nameless Horror and knocked to the ground, cycled back into the pack. That's allowing Legsite, as not lead jammer, to pick up 5 points by doing a lap and cycle to the back one more time. Miracle Whips.
Don't see that every day.
You do not indeed.
A grand slam by a not lead jammer.
Miracle Whip still stuck in the pack and coming around for another scoring pass. That's Legsite in the pack, getting knocked around by the Contrabanditas. Arma Trader unable to keep her in the pack. Legsite picking up another 5 points.
This is one of those demoralizing jams for Miracle Whips right now. Not only is she not getting anywhere, she's also getting very tired. Gotta wonder if she calls it off right away, and of course she does.
Yes, Miracle Whips finally escaping from the pack, getting lead jammer. Looked absolutely exhausted, checked her bench, made sure her jammer ref was actually pointing at her, and finally put her hands on her hips and sat back down on the seat to get a bit of a rest, bit of a soul crush by the Rakai.
And also those big long jams with that lack of jammer depth that we talked about is really going to hurt La Contrabanditas in this short game, since they don't have that long to recuperate themselves after those nearly 2 minutes of getting knocked around in the pack by the Rakai.
That's right, and something else that did not take a long time was Falcon Punch getting through that pack and getting lead jammer for La Rakai once again. Contrabanditas have picked up lead jammer once in this game, but it was not very successful for them. That was in the last jam. Getting through the front of the pack, the Contrabanditas jammer has escaped. Falcon Punch, though, has cycled her way through for 4 points.
And it's Justin Powers who's out there for the Contrabanditas, and I think Falcon Punch is trying her luck to see if she can catch up. Not skating too hard to do it, though. She's probably going to call it off in just a moment here. Or not.
There you go, Stats.
Every time we come up with what we think is a good idea, and the skaters are just like, you guys are dead wrong.
It's totally what I would have done, but I'm not out there, am I? 5 more points.
I don't think we would look that good if we were out there.
No, we wouldn't, and we'd fall down a lot. 5 more points for Larakai. Contrabanditas getting to put 2 points up on the board, 32-2 early on in this game. 15 minutes to go. Lots of time for Contrabanditas to settle down and get themselves back into this game, but Larakai does not look like they are going to let them do that. 2 blockers in the box, 4-on-2 pack advantage. Meliwana coming up to the front of the pack, getting past both those blockers with relative ease and getting lead jammer yet again for Larakai.
The Contrabanditas sending out Miracle Whips one more time. I was actually noticing as she lined up on the jam line, she was already looking a little out of breath. I don't think she's fully recouped from that big jam just a couple minutes ago.
And sending her out with only 2 blockers for support, although Gunmal Mindy has come out of the box. So there are now 3 blockers out there. Miracle Whips going down. And 5 points going on the board for Meliwana. Nameless Horror heading to the box for Larakai.
Nameless Horror, one of the most experienced blockers that we have here in Montreal Roller Derby. Also, K-Dog is one of the old veterans here on Larakai. So a lot of veteran blockers on Larakai are going to be helping out those fast jammers that they have.
Nice work by Meliwana using her blocker, pushing her in the way so that she could protect the clear path that she had, able to get through for another 4-point scoring pass. Miracle Whips coming up on the back of the pack, and Meliwana not calling it off. Meliwana through again. Oh, body's hitting the floor. We got a track cut on low dive Jenny for the Contra Banditas. Meliwana with a big smile on her face, putting points by the handful. That's all 5 fingers in the air for La Racaille. 46-2, and she continues on a power jam now. Check it out. So La Racaille putting the hammer down early in this game, announcing that they really want to go back to the finals. They'll have to go through Fidois if they manage to get through this game. But at this moment, Stax, they are running away with this early.
You got to wonder if at least part of this tactic is sending a message over to the Filles du Roi.
And not just the Fidois, but probably every other team on the other side of the bracket. 4 teams from Ontario will face off after this game to decide who gets to go on to the semifinals. La Racaille showing that they are one of the forces to be reckoned with. I do have them as one of the favorites in this tournament. I do have them making it to the finals. I'm quite sure Fidois will have something to say about that. But I'm expecting to see La Racaille.
You didn't even look over your shoulder when you made that.
I know. It's so dangerous.
There was some purple
here.
and gold right behind you.
I have made that mistake in the past. Oh, do you pay for it? 56-4 for La Racaille. 12:50 to go in this game. We've got a timeout for the Contra Banditas. It's a good timeout. They do need to regroup. Again, 13 minutes in a game, that is enough to make up 52 points. But they're going to have to change something pretty serious on the track. They've got a jammer in the box. They've got 2 blockers in the box. La Racaille is going to start this on a power jam. They have to take a breath, reset themselves, and try to find a way to claw victory from the jaws of defeat.
La Racaille lining up as far away from the jammer as they can. That means Lake Cité is going to get a few seconds to get those powerful strides of hers going, and she's going to hit that pack flying.
Jam on the way. Lake Cité looking for some blocker support. Patient offense employed by La Racaille. No pack called. They have to let her go. Lake Cité's lead jammer for La Racaille.
Out there for the Contra Banditas, it looks like Ghostface Killa and
Gunwall Mindy, their captain.
There you go.
La Racaille losing one of their blockers, but again, they've got the only jammer on the track, although Miracle Whips has come out of the box. Lake Cité through for another 5 points for La Racaille, but Miracle Whips with lots of real estate out there now with too many blockers in the box for La Racaille, finding her way through quickly as well. Lake Cité looking for one more scoring pass. She's going to have to call it off quickly if she doesn't want La Racaille to put points up. Little slow with the hands to the hips.
We have Lowdown Jenny for the Contra Banditas heading back to the box. Out on the track for about less than a lap.
And on that last pass, the Contra Banditas picked up 3 points, and La Racaille picked up nothing. So 66-7, perhaps a little moral victory, something that they can build on, perhaps.
Well, hopefully. It only took 8.5 minutes for La Racaille to get 66 points. The Contra Banditas are hoping they can turn the tables and do the same thing in the last 8.5 minutes.
Falcon Punch going to have something to say about that as she fights through the wall of black and red, getting lead jammer very quickly for La Racaille, fighting through on the outside. Saucisse trying to get past.
Yeah, it was Russian Croulet who tried to chase her down, and to no avail, though. Saucisse is out. She's going to hope to grab some points, but I think Falcon Punch is going to get through and call it off. And this time, I was right about what Falcon Punch was about to do.
And we'll have to see if La Racaille at any point in time puts their game on cruise control, changes up their jammers, and decides that they don't need to put all of their top players out there. They will have to play 2 more games if they win this game, and that championship game is 2 20-minute periods, and that is new to the Beast of the East. It used to be 1 30-minute period to decide the championship. This time, 2 20-minute periods means the jam refs will switch up, the benches will switch up, and then we have a better chance of getting the best team here winning. And right now, the best team in this game is winning. That's La Racaille, number 420, Meliwana of the lead jammer.
Also taking a look at Derby Nerd's stats. Numerically, I believe the Filles du Roi had the best points for and points against back in 2010. But so far, La Racaille are definitely nipping on their heels at both of those stats.
Indeed, and they are, La Racaille, looking to hit triple digits for the third time in this tournament. This being their third game, it means they put a lot of points on the board quickly in 20-minute periods. And that is another 4 points going up on the board for La Racaille. Meliwana coming through one more time, giving her head a shake. Big smile on her face as the numbers continue to increase on the green side of the scoreboard. Nameless Horror appealing to the crowd as she heads to the penalty box once again. I don't think she thought she had a penalty there. The referees beg to differ, and the referees are the ones who get to control who goes in. Meliwana skipping her way, making sure she doesn't go out of bounds, committing a track cut. Gunwale Mindy attempting to keep her in the pack. Low dive Jenny and Chaton is out there. But Meliwana's going to find her way through on the corner. 4 more points for La Racaille. That's going to move them to 88.
And again, you got to wonder if maybe this is even part of the strategy where skaters like Meliwana can hang out on the track for these longer jams where the Contrabanditos are going to want to keep these jams short so that their jammers aren't getting too tired out. Once again, Miracle Whips just looked exhausted out there on the track, and you got to imagine that's going to definitely work against the Contrabanditas as we're in here in the second half of this short bout.
And quickly off the line, the jammer for La Racaille, number 66, Falcon Punch, blasting her way through the wall of black and red. Lead jammer once again for La Racaille. And yeah, with these short games, running these jams a long time takes a lot of time off the board, reduces the possibility that the Contrabanditas can mount a comeback. Falcon Punch coming through the front of the pack, calling off the jam. 4 more points on the board. That moves them to 92. And looking at the Derby Nerds numbers, back in 2010, La Filles du Roi, their points per game in the tournament was 80. Again, La Racaille so far in this tournament has put up triple-digit numbers in every game they've played, except for this one, and they are 8 points away from breaking that century mark right now. So this may be a record-breaking tournament for La Racaille. Lexite jamming for La Racaille, fighting her way through the back. Crowd groaning with the hits and calls on the track. Chaton going to the box for the Contrabanditas. She was a new skater with a star on her head, unsuccessful in her jamming debut in this game, and Lexite is going to have a power jam. Knocked out of bounds by Ghostface Killer. She picked up 5 points, was cycled to the back. Ghostface Killer then knocked out of bounds. Lexite able to then re-enter in front of the pack.
She's going to be thanking her pack for that one. Back when they get onto the bench, she would have had to backtrack all the way back into turn 1 to get to re-enter the pack legally there. But once Ghostface Killer went out of bounds, she was free to rejoin ahead of the pack instead of way back at the behind.
And I think on top of that, Ghostface Killer was actually issued a blocking out of bounds penalty that took about a lap for her to get off of the track. So either way, Lexite would have been fine to get right back on the track. She's done a lap. She's doing another lap. Gunwale Mindy going down. A trip by Lexite as she went over Gunwale Mindy is going to send her to the box. Mindy waving her arms in disbelief that she's going to have to spend a minute. Contrabanditas melting down a touch as this game claws down to the 5-minute mark. 107. That's triple digits, people. You know what you're supposed to do if you're watching at home. Have another sip of that coffee, the tea, or whatever beverage you're enjoying while you're watching us on Canuck Derby TV, Beast of the East, 2013.
Maybe you have some Irish cream in there, a little Bailey's.
It's a Sunday. You can do whatever you want on a
There you
Sunday,
go.
can't you?
It's almost noon even.
I'm seeing an illegal procedure indicated by Just Mo. Looks like Meliwana did a little bit of a false start at the beginning of that jam. She was only jammer on the track, which means she had to yield to herself. That requires coming to a complete stop, which she did not do. The Contrabanditas with a power jam, their first one of the game. They've got 92 points to catch up. It's going to have to be big power jam stacks.
It would definitely have to be, and no offense to that skater Chaton, but she is not one of the go-to jammers for the Contrabanditas, so she's in a bit of an awkward position. She's kind of skating right now as a relief jammer, but she finds herself in a situation to put up some points.
And she is lead jammer, which means she has an opportunity to score. Lara Kai looking to speed things up. Sneaky Devil, the pivot, telling everyone to get forward. The Contrabanditas trying to slow things down so that Chaton can get around and actually score. Pack has moved fairly quickly. Gunwall Mindy out of the box. The box has cleared for the black and red. And here comes some points on the board for the Contrabanditas.
Chaton picked up at least 3, but she's looking for the Grand Slam. She gets it, and that's 5 points for the Contrabanditas.
And the crowd goes nuts. Again, they're down by almost 90 points right now, but the crowd cheering gleefully for every point they can put up on the board. Such is the nature of Beast of the East, where everyone cheers for something that's good. Chateau back in the pack. Meliwana coming through on the outside, calls it off. 2 more points for the Contrabanditas. They move their way up to 22. Lara Kai held to 107 with 3.5 minutes to go, Stacks.
Now, I know this isn't directly related to this game. However, I was taking a look at the at our notes in front of us, and the Rouge et Gore that we just saw play have actually found their way into the Beast of the East record books with the highest scoring bout of the tournament. They took that away from the Contrabanditas in 2011.
They did indeed. They beat the Derby debutantes, putting a new record on the scorebooks.
They scored 157 points in that game, I believe.
Which is really impressive.
159.
In 20 minutes.
Yeah. Contrabanditas held the record in 2011 with 148 points scored in a single game.
Lara Kai not likely to beat that score in this game, but they are likely to win it with Falcon Punch getting lead jammer. She's around already and in the pack scoring points. And the jammer for the Contrabanditas, that's Justin Powers, number 15TW, 15 terawatts.
And she's going to find herself in a power jam right now, Lou.
Back-to-back power jams for the Contrabanditas. Maybe a little bit too late, but the Contrabanditas getting some good opportunities to claw their way back so the score doesn't look quite so lopsided. Slavic Slayer, the pivot, pushing her team forward, trying to continue the blocking, spreading things out. But Justin Powers is going to get through for 5 more points, and she's got a minute left in this jam to try to put more on the board. Justin Powers back around. We do have all the blockers on the track, so there's not a lot of skating room. Low dive Jenny comes from the outside in, trying to clear that wall. But Russian Croulette gets a piece of Justin Powers and cycles her to the back. That's Rudy Toot Toot heading to the box for the Contrabanditas. And Saucisse jamming for... Did we have a star pass there? Did I miss a star pass? We might have. I don't know. I think we did.
I saw Saucisse fiddling with the cap, and I don't think she started as our jammer. So
I'm pretty sure that was Justin Powers. I was paying attention to who was going to the box. But so Saucisse has got the star now. Saucisse also a regular jammer for Contrabanditas. So probably a good move. Justin Powers looking a little tired. Saucisse able to get through the pack one more time, putting more points up on the board. 36 for the Contrabanditas, 111 for Lara Kai. We're under a minute to go. Lara Kai is going to move on to the semifinals where they will face the Feet-Awa. Contrabanditas Beast of the East is over, but they've made a nice push in the last couple minutes of this game to put points on the board, Stacks.
There's a couple of celebratory hugs on the Contrabanditas. I think they're applauding Saucisse's individual effort there, starting out as the pivot and getting the star pass and putting a lot of points on the board for the Ditas.
And Lara Kai once again saying that they are one of the teams to be reckoned with in this tournament, making it to the Final Four, putting a ton of points on the board in every game that they've played, even against their sister team, the Contrabanditas. Ottawa having just beaten the Rouge et Gore. Got to be watching this game and wondering what they're going to have to do to contain La Racaille. Again, 20-minute games, anything can happen. Teams can melt down. Penalties can spiral out of control. Even the best teams can end up on the losing end of the score board in these games. But La Racaille looking like their blocking is on target, their jamming is on target, and they are looking to roll through this pack of 16 home teams from Quebec and Ontario. You know, Stacks, we talk, and people listen at home, and they get to watch these things, but we just hold microphones. There's a bunch of people doing all sorts of tech work on this broadcast, making sure that we can get to you at home.
A whole crew of people. You want to go through the list? You want to do it?
Let's share this. I'll take two. You take two. I'm gonna give a shout out to El Kaboom and Skinsy. They've been working the cameras.
I see why you skipped this one because there's a French name in there. We have Megabouche and Olivier, who are helping out as well.
And we've also got Skanky and Honey Boom Boom, who are working cameras right beside us right now. They've been doing a great job all weekend long too.
I think we're at the most cameras we've had set up at Beast of the East this year.
And the camera crew has been fantastic. Pascal's been helping out as a runner. Stacy has been doing holy crap demos. We've also had Alex and Jason with tech support and the chat board. If you've been chatting, those are the guys doing it. And Johnny Capote and Mr. Force, the Layer 9 man himself, have been bringing you technology through Canuck Derby TV and AMJ Productions. Probably the last jam of the game, Stacks, and getting lead jammer for the Contrabanditas on a power jam. It is Miracle Whips, number 123. That is going to the box, number 7, Pelvis Stoico.
This is going to be a big moment for Miracle Whips if she manages to pull off a lot of points. She has a thin Racaille pack to do it. Fans cheering her on in this individual effort as the clock ticks down on this bout.
And a nice big hit by the captain, Gunmal Mindy, on Sneaky Devil, clearing the way for her blocker. For her jammer. She's all the way around. Miracle Whips once again putting another 5 points on the board. Contrabanditas may not be able to win this game, but they will be able to put most of the points on the scoreboard for the last 5 minutes of this game. Coming out of the box is the pivot. That's it is Slavic Slayer, yes. But there are still only two Racaille on the track. 5 more points coming out of the box. Falcon Punch has escaped. Skip on the outside and through the pack. No, knocked to the outside by Ghostface Killa again. Miracle Whips looking at a bench. Should I call it off? No, don't call it off. You got the lead jammer in the last jam of the game. You keep on going. 5 more points on the board. Falcon Punch is out of the pack now.
Like chasing Amy, I believe, coaching on the from the bench, just telling her to keep on skating. The clock is down, and this one is basically for the team and for the fans. We have a long season ahead of us at Montreal Roller Derby. These two teams are going to be facing off a lot. The Contrabanditas don't want to look like they went down easy.
Exactly. 20 seconds left in the jam. Miracle Whips looking tired once again. She's put 4 more points on the board. Falcon Punch also picking up 4 points. Penalty box with rotating blockers going in and out. Miracle Whips through quickly for another 4 points. Decides to call it off to prevent Falcon Punch from getting any more points. Contrabanditas managing to get a huge final jam of the game, getting 64 points. But you know, Stacks, La Racaille with 117. Again, another very impressive performance by the senior team in the Montreal Roller Derby for 2013. They're looking strong in this tournament.
And the Racaille, this bout was all about sending a message that they are right now the team to beat on Sunday's Beast of the East.
They are indeed. And there will be 2 more games in this quarterfinal coming up.
Moving away from the all-Quebec bracket to the all-Ontario bracket.
We are moving
I swear we didn't set this up. This just happened with the way the seeding went down.
It did indeed. We're going to end up seeing in the very next game the Death Track Dolls from Toronto Roller Derby facing off against the TKOs from Tri-City. TKOs seeing their first action ever on day 2 of the Beast of the East. The Dolls finishing 3rd a couple years ago, looking to make another return to the semifinals. And after that, at 1 o'clock, we're going to see the Slaughter Daughters from Rideau Valley, champions 2 years ago, second place last year, looking to return. And they'll be facing the Forest City Derby girls, Femme Fatales.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this will also be Forest City's debut on a Sunday on the Beast. I don't think they've made it out of the first day. I can't say for certain, but I definitely have that impression.
That may be true. The Thames are always an entertaining team to watch, so that should be a good game, even though the Slaughter Daughters come in super powered into this tournament. Slaughter Daughters a team to watch. La Racaille, we know that La Racaille is a team to watch. Triple digits every game they've played so far. They will be playing next against the Fidois at 1:40 in the semifinal match. It'll be a 20-minute match as well. Stax, I'm done for a little while. I think you might be as well.
So am I.
We can sit back and relax for a couple
Looking
of games.
forward to it.
All right. I'm Captain Lou Alabama. I've been joined by Private Stax. You've been watching on Canuck Derby TV. Stay tuned for another fantastic bout on Beast of the East 2013.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop of Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Good. I was going to say morning. Good afternoon, everyone. It's just past noon here in beautiful Montreal, Quebec, Canada. My name is Lightning Slim, and I am here with my good friend, the Derby Nerd. It's day 2 of Beast of the East 2013.
Thank you very much, Lightning Slim. We are about to call the first of the Ontario bracket we are calling in these quarterfinals. Just the way the brackets worked out on the first day. We just finished our Quebec bracket in the quarterfinals, seeing the FDR, Les Fidois defeat the Rouge et Gore, and La Racaille defeat the Contrabandidas. And now, our third quarterfinal will feature Toronto Roller Derby's Death Track Dolls in the red and white against Tri-Cities TKOs. And Slim, you know this TKO team pretty intimately, I would say, and they've had quite progress over the past few years to get to this point.
Absolutely, Derby Nerd. The TKOs originally created by Tri-City as a rookie squad, as a farm team. They're here at Beast, and I think they're pretty proud of their progress so far because I think they've established themselves as being able to compete at this level with other teams.
And remarkably, they've kind of slipped into being the top team right now in Tri-City, which is a remarkable turnaround when you consider they started as, like you mentioned, a fresh meat or a rookie team.
Yeah, at the Tri-City season opener, they did beat the Vicious Dishes, who bowed out of this competition yesterday, having won the whole ball of wax the year before. The wheel of Derby turns, Derby Nerd.
That's right. And the Death Track Dolls, also a team that has come a long way, not quite the progress that TKOs have made, but they are a team that finished last in Toronto Roller Derby's House League season last year. They've turned that around this year, made some very nice off-season acquisitions, both a transfer and fresh meat drafting, and have turned it around, and they are now leading the way in the Toronto House League this season so far, and have had a phenomenal tournament through at 2-0 yesterday in the double elimination round.
And not just it wasn't just the W; they were absolutely dominant in those competitions, showing great poise and a lot of excellent pack work. And there's the whistle. Looks like we're going to get some players on the track.
Dolls are out there first. TKOs now sending out a line. It's going to be Belfast jamming in the red and white for the Death Track Dolls to kick things off. That's Aims to Kill wearing the stripe.
And her opposite number, Belfast skating against number 11 in the black. That is Overkill.
If you're just tuning into the Beast of the East, these are 20-minute games until we get to the medal games. 20-minute games. 4 penalties for an ejection. And we're off. Belfast quickly taking the outside, using speed to try to get around Fox Smolder, and finally Smolder out of play, has to let her go.
Belfast, lead jammer, meanwhile, at the inside line. Overkill trying to make a move of her own, but held back by downright Dirty Dawson. Finally, she is through the pack, but Belfast on a scoring pass.
And Belfast picks up 4 points to give the Dolls an early 4-0 lead. Nice waterfalling by the Dolls there to get back to the front of the pack and hold up Overkill just long enough to get those 4 points. Get Your Kicks going to be out there to jam for the Dolls.
First blood to the Death Track Dolls. Get Your Kicks, number 76 in the white. And Booty Two Shoes, number 96 for the TKOs.
5-on-5 Derby after that opening jam. No penalties assessed. Rainbow Fight out there pivoting, trying to open up a hole for her jammer. Canadian Psycho holding the outside line tonight. Audrey Hellborn comes in for a hit.
Audrey Hellborn ran over Booty Two Shoes but received a penalty on the play.
A low block major on that one. Canadian Psycho holding the jammer. Both jammers being held nicely. It is TKOs who gets through first, and it looks like Getcha Kicks, a momentum cut coming onto the track. Huge opportunity early on here for the TKOs.
Booty Two Shoes on the power jam. Her teammates conga off to one side, but that means Booty Two Shoes has to contend with the defenders, the Dolls, all by herself.
Rainbow Fight and Clobber doing a nice job of avoiding that big sweep. Canadian Psycho rejoining them, and nice defense here from the Death Track Dolls as they try to kill off this penalty. Nice job again from Canadian Psycho. Clobber holding that outside line.
Rainbow Mantees tries to clear for her jammer, but Booty Two Shoes has been reabsorbed a number of times.
This is great penalty kill right now from the Death Track Dolls. And Clobber trying to push her out of bounds. Psycho going in for one last hit, loses a wheel. 5 points for the total knockouts, but that took a long time to get.
A very hard-fought 5 points for Booty Two Shoes, and that may have taken some of the physical strength out of her. A roiling mass inside the pack. Things explode like a mosh pit, but it looks like the jam has timed out.
And Getcha Kicks standing, and so a great penalty kill, only 8 points given up. That you can't ask for much more from your pack. Getcha Kicks will be saying some thank yous, I think, after that great penalty
Absolutely, Derby Nerd. The total knockouts now at 8. The Death Track Dolls, a score of 4, 17 minutes out of 20 remaining.
And still clean in the packs. It's 4-on-4 in the packs for both teams. TKOs have the back of the line, the Dolls up front. It's going to be a power start with Overkill back out there in the black for the total knockouts.
Overkill falls, quickly regains her skates up at the front. She has lead.
Lee Gemmer Overkill, Getcha Kicks go back on the track and immediately running into a wall of black and blue at the back, and she's trying to fight her way through. A nice little offensive block from Uppercut, frees her, and Getcha Kicks is through.
One last to beat it. Chantal, crazy ass kick, but Getcha Kicks, yes, now free and open spaces. Meanwhile, inside the pack, Overkill on her scoring pass, having some difficulty with the Dolls.
And nice job by the Dolls again, waterfalling, just making sure they're always getting back to that front of the pack on the defense and holding it off, able to save 1 point there. 3 more points, though, picked up. 11-4, early lead for the TKOs.
Cautious play by Overkill there. She saw Getcha Kicks coming in the rearview mirror, and she took what she can.
Back to 5-on-5 roller derby. It's going to be Santilli in yo face out there for the Death Track Dolls.
Santilli had a tremendous bout yesterday, late in the day. Lots of points scored by Santilli in your face. She faces a new jammer for the TKOs. It is Praying Mantis.
Praying Mantis getting a lot of work in the pack. Oh, and Santilli takes a fall over her own skater, but very quickly back up. Oh, and a big hit.
Agrosaurus with a tremendous hit on Santilli, and that allows Praying Mantis into lead jammer position.
Oh, but Agrosaurus, unfortunately, is going to get a penalty for that big hit, but nonetheless, it did slow up Santilli long enough for the TKOs to pick up lead jammer. Santilli, though, making up a lot of track on Praying Mantis very quickly, and she's going to catch her. Forces the call off.
Santilli tries to get physical with Praying Mantis, trips and falls, and a single point scored there by the TKOs.
Santilli in your face fell hard, and she is favoring her elbow as she leaves the track. That's going to be something to watch.
Earlier in the jam, she took a very hard hit from Agrosaurus. Agrosaurus, a former and current hockey player, able to deliver tremendous momentum with a hit, but I think Santilli might have incurred that injury when she tripped near the end of the jam trying to block Praying Mantis.
Seems to be okay back on the bench, and we are underway again. It's Belfast now jamming against Overkill. Belfast doing a nice job of working her way to the front. Monochrome trying to assist her with some offensive blocking. Sweeps a hole, and Belfast is through for lead jam. Much needed for the Dolls after 3 straight lead jams for the total knockouts.
Booty Two Shoes has escaped from the pack.
Belfast, though, around to score on turn number 4, and she's got 2 to beat on the initial straightaway. She goes to the outside, does a nice little move to stay in bounds, calls it off, picks up 4 points. 12-8 will be the updated score just past the 15-minute mark. 15 minutes, 14 and a half minutes remaining.
Death Track Dolls chipping away at the early lead established by the TKOs. Overkill takes to the track again, and she faces Getcha Kicks.
4-3 pack advantage for the Dolls. Penalties in the packs have been rare as both teams starting this off extraordinarily clean. And Getcha Kicks got a penalty in her last jam. Let's see what she can do here. Jammers are released. GK goes outside. Overkill tries to go inside, but Audrey Hellborn knocks her to the outside. And it's a cutting major drawn by Audrey Hellborn on Overkill. Power jam for the Death Track Dolls.
Getcha Kicks now flying solo. Only jammer out there. A tremendous opportunity for the Death Track Dolls to catch up with the TKOs. She is through the pack. Praying Mantis, Rainbow's Bright, trying to block her now and bridging, but she is through.
With Rainbow's Blight out there against Rainbow Fight, battling in the pack. I'm not going to try to say those 2 names again together.
Rainbows everywhere, Derby Nerd.
Getcha Kicks coming around on her second scoring pass, takes a big hit from Agrosaurus again.
And another penalty to Agrosaurus. Oh no, that penalty has gone to Rainbow Fight.
Rainbow Fight, the pivot for the Dolls, as she's a big skater for them. That's going to be a big loss in the pack. And Agrosaurus continuing to pound away on Getcha Kicks. Nice trap, though, by the Dolls, but Getcha Kicks just cannot move that wall forward. Finally able to see an outside lane, and she takes it with those big strides, and she is through. 5 more points picked up, but boy, she earned those.
Getcha Kicks, a skater with great stature and strength, however, peppered with an assault by the TKOs and maybe sapping some of her jamming strength. Only 6 points apart.
That's right. Dolls slipping back into the lead on that power jam. Audrey Hellborn heading back to the penalty box, which leaves the Dolls down 4-2 in the pack on this power start. Santilli in your face out there, so obviously she's okay after that bad fall. And the jammers are released. Downright Dirty Dawson and Aims to Kill, the only two blockers out there for the Dolls.
Santilli goes inside to outside and back again with a zigzag. Fox Smolder wearing the pivot stripe, the last to beat. Oh, a great hit by Fox Smolder. Drags Santilli backwards on a major track cut.
Santilli in your face, I think, cut a couple skaters there as she came out of the track, and you can see her holding her head. She realizes what she did there.
At the exuberance of jamming, sometimes they cannot resist putting that skate back on the track to get back into the action. Overkill, released from the penalty box, gains lead jam status.
Rainbow Fight coming back out of the penalty box now. 4-3 pack advantage remains for the TKOs on this power jam. Overkill has brought her team back within 1 point. Have a feeling we might see another lead change.
Juking and jiving, Overkill stretching out that pack. Downright Dirty Dawson aims to kill, and Overkill has put up a grand slam.
Audrey Hellborn back on the track now. Packs are even. Power jam remains, though, for the TKOs. We do have a lead change, 22-18. 11 minutes remaining in this one.
A wall of white in front of Overkill. Audrey Hellborn making her presence felt as she returns from the penalty.
Fox Smolder going up to do some offense now, trying to break up that wall. Again, another great penalty kill from the Death Track Dolls, really limiting the score. Forward pack, great forward trap by the Dolls again.
A call off by Overkill, another 5 points scored for the TKOs, and a timeout being called by Mr. Wentzer, bench managing the Dolls, and they want to regroup, Nerd.
Yeah, 10.5 minutes remaining. TKOs riding another power jam to a 27-18 lead, so 9 points is the difference. This is a great start for the TKOs.
Halfway through, Derby Nerd. Perhaps, as you know, Mr. Wentzer, you could speculate as to what might be being said on the bench of the Death Track Dolls right now.
Well, I have a feeling this is just one of those, let's just calm down, play our game. The Dolls do look just a little spread thin. But again, they've given up 2 power jams in this first 10 minutes, or 9 minutes, I guess, of the game. So I think if they could just keep their players on the track, they'll be doing just fine.
Keep calm and carry on, as the T-shirts say.
Exactly.
Very little discussion on the TKO bench. It would appear that they're happy with the way things are going, and they're working their system to the best of their abilities.
Yep, they've done well. Pantyhose are actually doing a lot of talking on the in the Dolls bench. 5 seconds remaining in this timeout.
Mr. Wentzer actually stepping away from the bench, perhaps sensing this is player-handled business.
And skaters returning to the track now. It will be a 4-3 slight pack advantage for the Death Track Dolls. Belfast back out there to jam in the red and white for Toronto Roller Derby's sole remaining team in the 2013 Beast of the East.
They have looked very strong. However, the TKOs with the lead currently, but things have changed before, and these short bouts mean things can change very definitively.
That's right, and if the Dolls continue to run into this penalty trouble that they've had early on, it's going to be a difficult afternoon for them. Belfast with a nice move on the inside, though, and she is your lead jammer.
Tidy skating by Belfast.
Oh, and Sinead O'Clobber able to knock jammer to the inside, forcing her to reset at the back of the pack, and it's Belfast is already around on her scoring pass.
Booty two shoes, taking some physical punishment from the defenders of the Dolls, trying to work her way through there on turn number 4. Meanwhile, Belfast is inside the pack on a scoring pass.
That's right. Belfast had a clear lane there, but fell into her own skater, Speeden Hawken, who is falling down. Belfast looking for that extra point, and she gets through and picks it up. Nice job. A little extra hustle there for Belfast will pull the Death Track Dolls within 5, 27-22. Just under 10 minutes remaining.
A little tap of the helmet there from jam referee Sidekick, as Belfast just puts on the jets to scoop that extra point from Booty Two Shoes by overtaking her.
4-3 pack advantage remains for the Death Track Dolls. Rainbow Fight getting out there for her first jam in the game. She's been used effectively as a jammer, just putting her in here and there whenever they need a little bit of a momentum shift. She had a big pickup yesterday in that second game against the Ditas, the Contraband Ditas, that helped them really pull things away about midway through.
And that was in addition to doing some serious blocking duties. However, wearing the star now, Rainbow Fight is lead, but Overkill is in hot pursuit.
Oh, and Overkill takes a big hit from Rainbow Fight. I think she thought she hit her out of bounds, but Ova managed to stay in despite taking that massive hit. I wonder if Rainbow Fight's going to give it a go again.
Overkill, Rainbow Fight going hip to hip, wearing the star. They've traded places a couple of times, and yes, Rainbow Fight has decided to get physical.
She does. She's done it this time. Pulling her out of bounds, waiting for Scarcasm to come. And Overkill comes in a little too early. She is out. Power Jam now. Excellently executed by Rainbow Fight.
She seems to have come in at just the same moment as Rainbow Fight passed by. She might have waited a microsecond more.
Yeah, it was definitely a close call. The crowd wasn't happy with the call, but Rainbow Fight threw for 5 more points. And that is going to lead change. Dolls pull back ahead 28-27. 8 minutes remaining in this one. And again, Rainbow Fight coming in at a key moment with the star and able to take momentum back for the Death Track Dolls. And they are just controlling things now on this Power Jam.
Jukalele and Chantal Crazyastic try to hold up Rainbow Fight. Chantal K gets a penalty.
Nice job by Ames to kill at the back of the pack, controlling pack definition right now in this Power Jam. Nice aggressive goading from the Dolls, and this is a dead pack stopped at turn number 3. Rainbow Fight calls it off just as Overkill stands. 38-27, massive turnaround. 15 points, I believe, for Rainbow Fight.
Yes, I do believe that was a 15-point jam for Rainbow Fight. Tidy work from the former member of Team Canada.
Back and forth, this game has gone. 7:18 left. Get Your Kicks back out there. It's a 4-3 pack advantage for the Dolls.
A power start for Get Your Kicks. We'll see what she can make of this, and she is away to the races.
Nice job from Canadian Psycho just to open up that outside lane. Overkill, though, back on the track.
Overkill runs up against Audrey Hellborn, pushed to the inside of the oval, does a little blocking of herself, runs into Get Your Kicks.
Oh, and Get Your Kicks takes a fall in the middle of the pack, but able to get back up. Takes another big hit there from Agrosaurus.
Meow Wallace tries to hold up Get Your Kicks at the inside line. Overkill has escaped the pack.
Agrosaurus is a jamming wrecking crew all on her own here today. Oh, and a nice draw by the pivot. Now, I think that might have been it was a nice play by that pivot to come back and force that cut.
Indeed, that was Meow Wallace forcing the cut from Get Your Kicks. This is now a power jam for the TKOs. Audrey Hellborn pulls Overkill backwards. The Dolls, tremendous penalty killing abilities.
Yeah, that's really the TKOs. This is their 3rd power jam, and generally in these 20-minute games, if you've got 3 power jams, you're going to be in clear control, but the Dolls' penalty killing has just been phenomenal and really has kept them in this game, to be honest. And another one from Audrey Hellborn. She is just owning Overkill on this jam. Amazing work by the veteran Doll. She has been on this Dolls team for as long as the Dolls have existed.
Overkill.
Oh, and they're looking for
trying
to make a helmet cover pass. Unable to do it. This, again, just phenomenal penalty killing from the Death Track Dolls. And just confusion in the TKO pack as they look to pass that star. And GK is back on the track. No points scored on a full minute power jam.
Oh, and now Wallace is wearing the star now. Had difficulty getting that helmet cover on. Get Your Kicks breezes through the pack for a grand slam.
Absolutely phenomenal penalty killing from the Death Track Dolls. Picking up 5 points, 5-0, despite the power jam. Wow, 43-27, 5 minutes remaining in this one.
The real strength of this Death Track Dolls team has been their penalty kill. Not only did they kill off that penalty effectively, they did so in such a way to cause great confusion on the TKO team. And a definite momentum switch in that jam, Derby Nerd.
That's right. They ended up outscoring the TKOs on that power jam, remarkably. Oh, and a nice job by Ames to kill, forcing a cut. I don't even think the jammer was aware that she was back there. Brilliant job by the pivot from the Dolls. And again, the Dolls really just securing this game late with some very smart and crafty play.
Santilli in your face, jamming right now for the Dolls. She has a power jam, and this could be the moment in which the Dolls run away with this, Derby Nerd.
Yes, it is. This could be the dagger. It's still only 12 points, but the Dolls clearly have momentum. And the last 5 minutes has been all theirs. And Santillan faced with a big opportunity here to pick up a lot of points. Oh, and an out of play being called. Fox Mulder well out of play, being sent to the box. That's going to be a 4-2 power pack advantage on this power jam.
Dusty Minks has already been assessed a penalty. That will mean no room at the inn for Fox Mulder. She must rejoin the track, although I'm sure she's happier there.
And Santillan face picks up another 5 points on an easy one-on-one juke. Fox Mulder back on the track. She is on deck. And again, the Dolls doing a nice job pulling her back. Dawson bridging. Oh, and it looks like Dawson being sent off for a destruction there. The Dolls trying to bridge her back. Did not keep the pack formed. And that's going to bring an end to that power jam. 58-31. Dolls taking control with 3 minutes remaining in this one.
Just a mere 3 minutes, as you said, Derby Nerd, 58-31, commanding lead by the Death Track Dolls. And is that a tie? Yes, a timeout, as you might suspect, a timeout being called by the TKOs to regroup.
Wow, 58-31. The TKOs, though, have really come out in this game, and I think that they have proved themselves true competitors this weekend at the 6th Annual Beast of the East.
I was speaking with some of the team members there. They were happy with their progress thus far, although they came out strong at the beginning of this bout, and they may have been hoping for more. I am sure there is very little talk of defeat on the bench right now. They want to make a statement with how they finish this bout.
That's right. Fox Mulder, there's a lot of talking going on. Bench management is conferring with some of the Tri-City skaters who are in the crowd. Fox Mulder was talking to the refs. TKOs feeling the intensity of this quarterfinal showdown. This is their second Beast of the East and their first trip to the day number 2 and the intensity that is the quarterfinals at this tournament.
Warming up at the side of the track, the Rideau Valley Slaughter Daughters and the Thème Fatale of Forest City. That will be coming up.
Our final quarterfinal showdown.
The second entry in the Battle of Ontario, as it were.
3-2 is the pack advantage for the Dolls on this power start. Over. Oh, Jammer is standing. And we are ready to get underway again.
Belfast jamming for the Dolls. Breezes through on the outside line.
Nice little offensive hip block from Rainbow Fight. Jammer back in the track, though. Clobber trying to hold her one-on-one. Rainbow Fight and Android WK doing a nice job of recycling, but Praying Mantis does get through on her initial pass.
Rainbow's Bright taking a seat in the penalty area. There will be room for her as both blockers from the TKOs are standing. Some reinforcements for the TKOs, but it is too late. The jam is over.
Dolls doing a nice job of keeping that pack forward and not allowing Fox Mulder to drag back Belfast after she had a nice little hip check to the inside. 62-31 at 2.5 minutes remaining. This All-Ontario quarterfinal at the 6th Annual Beast of the East.
And you know Coach Business Socks of the TKOs has to be keeping an eye on his remaining timeout. Maybe wants to squeeze another jam into this contest with 2 minutes remaining.
That's right. It is a 31-point lead. Getcha Kicks back out there jamming for the Dolls. And a nice 3-wall at the back with a major pack advantage allows Getcha Kicks to get through and take lead. Jammer. Scarcasm draws the Jammer all the way back. That's now takes the outside line, aims to kill the beat.
Booty Two Shoes knocked down by Aims to Kill. Aims to Kill effectively pulling her backwards.
Booty Two Shoes, though, up quickly, makes a nice re-entry. Now Monochrome having a go, and Monochrome, unfortunately, though, falls. Getcha Kicks just getting knocked to the outside.
Meow Wallace doing the damage there.
Downright Dirty Dawson back on the track. It's going to be a 4-2 pack advantage now for the Death Track Dolls as Getcha Kicks is just trying to get that final point. She's having a hard time. Finally, she is through, and she's going to call it off after picking up 4 more points for the Dolls, and they killed a lot of time on that very long jam as well.
That's right, Derby. Meow Wallace was chasing Getcha Kicks halfway around the track, but she saw the threatening penalty hand of referee Penny Whistler and had to let her go at the last moment.
40 points is the difference. There's 1 minute remaining, and Rainbow Fight back on the jam line for the Death Track Dolls in the red and white. Her second jam of the game. She picked up 15 on her first, and that was part of the momentum changer about midway through this one.
She faces Praying Mantis. Away they go.
Oh, and Agrosaurus, though, just hammering away on Rainbow Fight. What a strong game from Agrosaurus. Fight, though, manages to stay inbounds, and she is your lead jammer, and that maybe spell the end for the TKOs in their 2013 Beast of the East tournament.
Indeed, as this bout will likely end at the pleasure of Rainbow Fight and no one else. As long as she can stay out of the penalty box, she is in full control of what happens.
30 seconds now remaining. Nice work by Fox Smolder one-on-one, but Rainbow Fight pulls her outside and then jumps in, and she's going to wait and wait. There's only 20 seconds left on this game. Windsor giving her Rainbow Fight the message to keep going, try and kill off this clock.
Praying now has a point or two on the board, not concerning to the Death Track Dolls at this point as they're trying to run out that clock. There it goes.
And the time now is over, is expired on the game clock. Rainbow Fight coming back on the track. She calls it off. And that's going to do it. 4 more points picked up. The Death Track Dolls are through to the Final Four for the second time in the history of this franchise. 40 points is going to be the difference in the end. And Slim, I guess it was that Death Track Dolls depth that
absolutely
saw them through.
a team rich in talent in its current incarnation, and certainly capable of a tremendous penalty kill, as the TKOs had several power jams but were largely held off the scoreboard despite that.
That's right, and that will be fitting news for the Dolls as they move forward now. If you've been following the Death Track Dolls this weekend, they are in the semifinals, and they will be playing this afternoon at 2:20 against the winner of this game between the Slaughter Daughters and the Thames Fatale. A little bit of an update I see now on the scoreboard. 79-35 is the official final.
And Derby Nerd, I suspect the Total Knockouts not unhappy with that result.
No, I don't. They had a control of the game right up until about the midway point. They were completely in it, played very, very strong. Played a good, mostly clean game. Ran into some pack penalties near the end there, but again, had a very strong performance and a very strong weekend for the Total Knockouts.
And a victory lap there by the Death Track Dolls.
Now we will be back in about 13 minutes for our final quarterfinals, another all-Ontario showdown. The Rideau Valley's Slaughter Daughters will be taking on Forest City's Thames Fatale. 2 veteran teams facing off in the final quarterfinal bout.
You're watching Canuck Derby TV. Go absolutely nowhere. We will be back shortly with more roller derby action.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop of Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you've joined us at 1 o'clock, we're looking on for, this would be game number 4 today, would that not? I'm Tipsy McStagger. I'm joined by the Derby Nerd.
Thank you, Tipsy. Yes, this is our final of the 4 quarterfinal games in the 2013 Beast of the East. Welcome, everyone, to Arena St. Louis in Montreal. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon, late April.
As typically is with the Beast. I know last year was a bit of a rainy weekend, but for all the other years, it's always been the first bright, shiny, warm weekend of the spring.
That's right. And do you know why the weather was so poor last weekend? It's because they changed the date. For the first time in history, it was on the second last weekend of April, and Montreal was punished for that, and Montreal Roller Derby has rightfully brought the Beast back to the end of April.
Yes. I mean, it is when it's bright and sunny outside. The obvious thing to do is spend it inside a hockey arena, watching some awesome roller derby action.
And we have seen some awesome roller derby action so far today. Les Filles de Roy and La Rocaille already through to the semifinals. It will be an all-Quebec showdown. The Death Track Dolls winning, if you were tuning into that just a few moments ago, 79-35 are the TKOs to book their spot in the Final Four. And they will face the winner of this showdown between Rideau Valley's Slaughtered Otters and Forest City's Thames Fatale.
Yeah, this is a lot of history between these two teams on this about right here. They've been playing each other off and on for probably 5 or 6 years in various incarnations. And so while each team has a lot of new faces, there are still some core group of veterans from both sides that are quite familiar with each other's style and gameplay.
That's right. Both these teams have deep histories in not only Ontario roller derby, but really Canadian roller derby in general. Mm-hmm. They although the Slaughtered Otters did not participate in the 2008 Beast of the East, many members of this team were there. Mm-hmm. Slaughtered Otters had yet to form, which is the only reason they weren't there.
That's basically it. The core of the Daughters were on a team that played in that very first Beast of the East.
And this Thames Fatale team was there, and many of the skaters on the team were part of that 2008 Thames Fatale team. All right, we are ready to get underway. The Slaughtered Otters are already on the track. Soul Wrecker is going to kick things off in the black against Kindry Surprise in the green for the Thames Fatale.
And there's a very, very strong defensive pairing out there on each side of the track, but with Hannah Murphy and Annihilator kitty corner to each other opposite, that's going to be a tough wall for any jammer to try to break through.
Yeah, those inside outline lanes look pretty plugged right now. Hannah Murphy immediately going up to the front and working some offense with a massive hit on Gemicide.
But she's Soul Wrecker out to the first lead jam of the game, but she's got a London-shaped shadow coming in right hot on her heels. We'll see if Soul Wrecker decides to grab a point and get it done. That'll be 2 points for Soul Wrecker.
Nice quick pack work from the Daughters to stay ahead of Kindry Surprise, the real standout rookie for the Thames Fatale this season.
And Rideau Valley veteran DDT on the track right now is working with a blocker pairing of Sister Disaster and Big Block.
It's going to be a 4-3 pack advantage for the Slaughtered Otters, and that is Elbows, the veteran out there for the Thames Fatale.
We've already got our first official timeout, and to take this up. So when we take this official timeout to just actually say a great big thank you to a big sponsor of Canuck Derby TV, which would be the Montreal Roller Derby.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much to Montreal Roller Derby for helping us, not only hosting this tournament, but helping us broadcast it and give it to you all live at home. Mm-hmm. All right, timeout is over. Jewel C. Stars in the penalty box. And DDT very quickly through a nice scrum start from the Slaughtered Otters. Lead jammer goes to the Rideau Valley team.
Margaret Choke being sent off the track. It looked like a use of forearm penalty.
Sister Disaster going one-on-one with Elbows. DDT very quickly around to scoring. The Big Block trying to open up a hole for at the front, but Marambo, the pivot for the Thames Fatales, couldn't quite get DDT out of bounds. 5 points for the Slaughtered Otters.
Yeah, and the Thames Jammer still stuck in her initial pass, and that should be a cutting, or is it? Oh, Sister Disaster on her way out for a low track, but we also have
Power Jam.
Power Jam. Sorry, it was a low cut call on the Thames Jammer. Sister Disaster thought it was her for a second, but she rejoins the pack, and DDT coming through on a quick, probably the easiest 5 points she's ever scored.
Yeah, I think so. Sad Panda heading to the penalty box now. She's going to find that is full. Thames Fatel running into tons of penalty problems here.
Only one
Early
blocker on the track for the Thames, and again, that's another quick pass and an easy 5 points for DDT.
2-2 now as the big block heads to the penalty box. So 2-2 in the pack. Thames Fatel in trouble right now. Suffragette once again is all alone on the track.
Sad Panda being called for an illegal procedure penalty. Not sure what the ref was there.
Wow, that means it's 2 minutes for Sad Panda.
Yeah.
And she's got to check in yet again. And then she's going back onto the track, so she will serve 2 minutes.
This is an absolutely massive jam for DDT, and she's not having to work too hard to get these points either.
Oh, that's 35 points, I believe.
Yes.
Make that 40 points. Is that right?
I don't know. Math is not my strong suit.
Yeah, it was 2-0 after the first jam. This is our second jam, and it's 42-0. 40 points picked up for DDT.
You're the stats guy. Is that a beast record?
I'm not sure. But yeah, that is one thing I do not know what the record is for a single jam, but 40 points has got to be up there.
I'm not sure if you can say that's anything but just a complete self-destruction by the Thames in that first couple jams, because penalties just brutal.
And not that the Slaughtered Otters haven't run into some penalty problems, too. They had 2 blockers briefly in the box. The big block is still in there now all alone. There are 3 blockers in the box for the Thames Fatel, and Gemicide out there all alone, the pivot in green for the Four City Derby girls.
But you can't do any form of defense on a power jam if you constantly only have 1 blocker on the track.
Yeah, and that accounts for that 40-point pickup from DDT. Amanda Pumler doing a little dance on the jam line right now.
Yeah, she's known for a little hustle and bustle right there, whether the game is in play or not.
Exactly. Can't stop those feet from moving. Kindry Surprise back out there for Thames Fatel. Impressive rookie for this team.
Yeah. London again only starting the jam with 1 blocker out there, but she's an intimidation move right here. She's given a pretty good stare down.
That is Gemicide, another veteran on this Thames Fatel team. Hannah Murphy, though, goes out to challenge her. And Amanda Pumler is through. Lead jammer once again for the Slaughtered Otters.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah Murphy and Blackout Susan doing a nice job 2-on-1 against Kindry Surprise. Annihilator recycling up to the front to give some help. Hannah Murphy pounding away on Kindry Surprise. Finally puts her out of bounds as Amanda Pumler coming around and picks up 5 big points.
Yep. Hannah Murphy drives that jammer out of bounds. She's got to recycle her back to the back.
Nice work again from Hannah Murphy, number 10 in the black for the Slaughtered Otters.
Amanda Pumler takes a shot off her shoulder, but manages to just smooth her way right around it.
More penalty trouble for the Thames Fatel pack as Gemicide now had to check in, and she's back on the track on deck for a penalty. 5 more points picked up from Amanda Pumler. And Kindry Surprise sent off for a major penalty. Another power jam, second in a row for the Slaughtered Otters.
This is up to under 5 minutes played, and we're already looking at a score of 62-0.
Wow, records have already been set this weekend, and the pace that the Daughters are on right now, they could set a few here if they continue at this pace.
Well, Amanda Pumler knocked out of bounds, and
nice hit from Suffragette, but unfortunately she picked up a direction of gameplay as she was trying to drag her back, and she will continue the steady stream to the penalty box for the Thames Fatel.
Oh, there looks like they're putting a little ticker tape parade on the outside of that track. And again, I don't think the Slaughtered Otters jammers have ever had an easier time making their ways through. Only 1 blocker to beat. It's just
no blockers to beat now as Jewel C. Stars is sent off as well, but she's put right back onto the track. So she is on deck as well, and Suffragette still on deck. Wow, Thames Fatel in a bad cycle right now of penalties that they just can't seem to get out of, and they're down 77-0, 5 minutes into this.
I'm wondering if it was possibly the Thames strategy to come off with a very physical start, try to muck up the works and just see what comes out, and if that was the case, it seems to have backfired on them.
Yeah, the Thames have not seemed comfortable at all. All 4 blockers are in the penalty box trying to figure out who was the last one assessed a penalty, so who should be on deck.
Carnage making her first appearance in this bout.
She is your lead jammer.
And right now, Eastern Blocker doing a little one-wall booty block on the Thames Jammer, who's finally pushed her way through.
Eastern Blocker, a great off-season pickup for the Slaughtered Otters team, just adding to that depth on this already impressive lineup.
Yes. Jamming with the star for the Thames is Marambo, and I think she's getting denied a point right there as Amanda Pummeler called it off before Rambo could make her entrance into the pack.
87-0 now, 13:40 remaining in this final quarter-final showdown at the Beast of the East. 4-2 pack advantage for the Slaughtered Otters. They took a few blocker penalties on the opening jam, but since then they've been clean and have just been dominating this one.
Yep. Soul Wrecker with a completely open outside line, and she doesn't need a lot of time to make it through a hole like that. She's your lead jammer.
Annihilator now going one-on-one, and can be surprised, but Annihilator taking a little slip on the outside, but very quickly back up to the front.
Yeah, she let her momentum carry her through and just kind of whiffed on that hit.
Soul Wrecker cutting through the middle of the pack, and she picks up 5 more points for the Slaughtered Otters. Oh, and a nice job from Kindry. Surprised to stay in oh, never mind. She did not stay in bounds. Motorhead, the referee, with the cut call. Oh, I guess I was wrong. It was Blackout Susan.
Yep.
Never mind. It was being assessed to the pivot who hit the jammer out, not to the jammer who was hit out.
Yep.
Nonetheless, 96-0, sorry, your updated score, 12.5 minutes remaining. That's quite a hole.
Yeah, that's a little, you dug themselves a little deep early on in the game, the Thames have.
Not even at the halfway point, and actually it's the Slaughtered Daughters calling the first timeout of the game. Interesting. I think, it looks like DDT is going to come up and talk to Manusfaction about something, so there's something that the Daughters are not happy with.
Probably some form of clarification. Or an explanation for a penalty that was something that was assessed. Unsure, hard for us to tell up here.
That's right. There are, extraordinarily, for the first time in this game, the Thames Fatale will have a pack advantage. It's going to be a 3-2 advantage with the Big Block and Blackout Susan in the penalty box. Jewel C. Stars in the box for the Thames Fatale. Elbows going to be out there to jam against DDT.
Mm-hmm.
Marambo pivoting the team in green. It's going to be Margaret Choke and Hannah Murphy, the lone blockers on the track for the Slaughtered Otters.
And we're about 5 seconds away from the start of this.
The Luscious Lunch Ladies cheering section in the crowd is urging on this Thames Fatale team. A little bit of interesting Derby, Beast of the East history. Thames Fatale were the first team ever to be shut out at the Beast of the East by Les Filles de Roy in 2010. It has happened a few times since.
Yep. Both jammers still trying to make their best. And out of the pack right now. Elbows calls off the jam. She had lead jam, but just had a DDT-shaped shadow right behind her, so she decided she'd call it off. Save putting up some points for the next jam.
So 11:40 left now, 96-0 is your score. The Thames Fatale will continue with this slight pack advantage. And now it's going to be Sister Disaster and Annihilator out there alone for the Daughters. Impressive performance this weekend, I think, by Rideau Valley, even the Riot Squad, I think.
Well, the Riot Squad probably had their best tournament to date. I know that their record was 1-2, which probably ties them from their original early showing in the Beast of the East, but I think the quality of the competition that they faced this time around was a little higher in their seedings.
Yeah.
So Riot Squad, it shows that they're still got a lot of talent in that Rideau Valley Roller Girl system, and that's a team that's coming along and probably going to be one to look for in the next couple of years.
That's right, and that also accounts for the strength of the Vixens, the WFTDA charter team from Rideau Valley. A league that's come a long way, has a lot of depth right now to continue this excellence as well. All right, we're about to get underway here now. Official review over. Amanda Pummeler out there to jam against Kindry Surprise. Kindry Surprise sees an inside line. Oh, she almost looked like she was going to be free. One to beat. Margaret Choke, though, knocks her out of bounds with a great hit. Nice re-entry, though, by Kindry Surprise, and she is your lead jammer. First lead jammer status of the game for the Thames Fatale, but Amanda Pummeler, as you can see, has come out ahead of her.
Oh, but Amanda Pummeler was called. I guess the referee did not.
2 minutes. She is getting a cutting major, and she also, I believe, was assessed unsportsmanlike. A misconduct. Yes, you're seeing 2 minutes now. 2 minute power jam for the Thames Fatale.
That would have probably happened on the inside of turn number 2, where the slide that Amanda Pummeler pulled and got up before she went outside of the track. I think the referee was telling her to get off the track then. Amanda Pummeler must not have heard her, so she continued on inside the play.
And that, yes, got that extra minute, and it's unfortunate because it is loud in here. I'm wearing a headset and I can barely hear. I can only imagine what it's like on the track.
Yeah, both teams have their supporters, and they're actually giving it all they can on the vocal cords.
And a complete turnaround now in the momentum as it's a 4-2 pack advantage for the Slaughter Daughters.
And
for
now,
the Thames Fatale.
And now the penalty parade is working the other way, as there's only one blocker on the track, the big block for Rideau Valley, and she was assessed a major penalty a moment ago as well, so she'll be spending some time in the box.
Wow. Momentum shift big time as the Thames Fatales pick up 15 points, just under the 10-minute mark. 96-15 is the updated score.
But they're going to need a lot more jams like that if they're going to catch up and get out of the deep, deep hole they dug themselves in the first half of this mini bout.
Oh, but just in terms of morale, that must have been a huge jam for the Thames Fatale, briefly taking control from the Slaughter Daughters, who'd just been cruising through that first 10 minutes of the game. And now we're going to see Marambo with the star, so they're going to try to continue this momentum.
Hannah Murphy and a big block at the front of that pack. Hannah Murphy putting a strong shoulder in.
And Marambo, though, fearlessly running into that 2-wall and absorbing those hits from Hannah Murphy. Oh, finally Hannah Murphy able to knock her out.
Marambo, all guts and glory on each of her jams.
Yeah, Marambo finally gets around. Big block. She is your lead jammer. 2 in a row now for the Thames Fatale.
Yep.
And Hannah Murphy heading to the penalty box.
Yep. Unsure what that call was.
Sister Disaster back on the track, and a nice juke from Marambo past the big block. 5 more points picked up for Marambo, and she's going to call it off so they can start this next jam also on the power jam. 96-20 is the score. 8.5 minutes remaining.
It looks like Slaughter Daughters calling a quick timeout because they're going to probably settle down the bench and try to figure out what was going on in the last 4 minutes of this bout. We may have an ejection.
Oh, the big block. Now, she may have actually it might be a foul out. She's picked up a lot of penalties early. And the big block has left the track area, and she is waiting. There is being an extra minute assessed to a skater. As we can see, Mattisfaction explaining to the penalty box keepers, they've been busy this game.
Yes, no doubt. And I think I can see that assistant captain Sister Disaster just did a couple moments on the bench with some deep breathing exercises to settle the bench down. It's been a quick role reversal from the first half of the bout.
Yeah, 20-0 run right now for the Thames Fatale. On a power jam and the strength of forcing some penalties, and it's going to be a 3-1 start with Kindry Surprise jamming and Margaret Choke all alone on the track for the Slaughter Daughters. And yes, it does look like the big block has, I believe she's fouled out of the game.
Well, four penalties in a 20-minute game can happen fairly easily, so actually surprised there hasn't been more foul outs this tournament. There's been probably three or four?
Yeah, about that. Kindry Surprise with a nice little pirouette to get around Margaret Choke and take lead jammer status. This is the 3rd in a row now for the resurgent Thames Fatale. Margaret Choke going to go one-on-one against Kindry Surprise. Oh, and oh, no.
No, I think that was still a a standard skating motion on that hit.
Yes. But Kindry Surprise with another pirouette to get through and pick up 5 points. Sad Panda being sent off, though, so only 2 left on the track now, and that's going to allow Amanda Pumler through, and she is hustling around the track. She can fly.
Yeah, she's got a good set of wheels on her, that girl. When she gets on her horse, she can really just move.
Once again, Margaret Choke is the lone blocker. Kindry Surprise able to come through and pick it up, and Margaret Choke getting assessed an out-of-play penalty on that, so she will head to the penalty box as well.
Same with Blackout Susan. There's some confusion as to what is happening in this penalty.
Yeah, both Blackout Susan and Margaret Choke on deck. So, yeah, like you said, a complete reversal here as they are running into some penalty troubles with 7:15 left. 29-0 is the run now for the Thames Fatale as they get back into this game. Elbows out there in green to jam for the Forest City Derby Girls against Carnage in the black.
And there's a big tumble up on the start of turn 2. Turn 1, both jammers go down. But that's an outside line open for Carnage, and Shike's on her feet and grabs lead jam. Wrestles control back on this one.
Yeah, they needed that, trying to get the momentum back here. Hannah Murphy and Blackout Susan now working well at the front of the pack against Elbows, but Blackout Susan heading to the penalty box. I believe she was on deck.
Yep, she was.
So taking her spot in the box. Carnage trying to get down Annie Takers, and she does, and she's through for another big pickup. And
that'll be 5 points because Elbows is still yet to get out of this pack on her initial pass. She is just leaning on
Hannah Murphy.
Yeah.
And so finally, though Carnage has brought an end to that run by the Thames Fatale's 29-0 run, she's now picked up 10 points on this jam to give control back to the Slaughter Daughters. 4 points on that second pass, 101-29. I believe it'll be 105-29 is your updated score. 6 minutes
left to play.
Whoa, what a game.
Yeah,
we've seen some wild momentum shifts all weekend in different games. We've had some phenomenal games.
There's been some exciting roller derby played this weekend, but I can say that's probably the most unusual 15 minutes of derby I've seen so far.
Yeah. Just 2 completely different momentum swings.
Yeah.
But when it's all said and done, there's 5:52 left on the clock, and it's 105-29. Now, again, that early hole that might just be too deep to crawl out of for the Thames Fatale.
Mm-hmm. And I should probably take this moment to say thank you to the people that are keeping the Canuck Derby TV on the air and online. Proud sponsor of Canuck Derby TV is Holy Crap Cereal. That is some good stuff. A great way to start your day with Holy Crap.
That's right. It's the world's most amazing breakfast cereal. Mm-hmm. We'd also like to thank, of course, Georgia W. Tush's Neon Skates. They've been a big supporter of Canuck Derby TV from the beginning. And finally, I'd like to thank AMJ Productions.
Mm-hmm.
Another big supporter of Derby, not only for Canuck Derby TV, but all over North America. All right. Timeout is ended. We're back to Derby. 4-2 pack advantage for the Thames Fatale, so blocker penalty troubles still afflicting the Slaughter Daughters.
Now we're on our about the 10th jam of the game, and I think this will only be the second time we've seen Soul Wrecker out there.
Yeah,
lots of penalty troubles for the Slaughter Daughters have kept her out of the rotation, so now she's back in, and we'll see what she can do.
Yeah, a nice little weapon to have sitting on the end of your bench, though, and she's working with Gemicide and Marambo up at the front. She's lost Gemicide. Marambo's last line of defense, and finally she is through. Lead jammer.
But she's got a Thames-shaped shadow coming hot on her heels.
Yeah, Kindry Surprise trying to catch her. She's made up a lot of track, and Soul Wrecker is about 20, 30 feet ahead. She's going to come in and try and pick up a point and call it off. And was she able to get Dollface Massacre's point? She did not. 0-0 jam.
Oh, there's some calls out there. A lot of people thought that hit on the jammer by Hannah Murphy was a little late. It was well after on the fourth whistle, I guess you could say.
Yes. No penalty assessed, though. Finally, the Slaughter Daughters penalty box is emptying out. They will have 3 blockers on the track. Under 5 minutes left in this one. Daughters going to have to be careful moving forward to avoid those penalty problems. They were lucky to have built up such a commanding lead.
Yeah, early on.
Because Marambo threw on the outside. She's your lead jammer. Oh, and DDT takes a big hit. Sociopath with a nice hit, and now Jewel C. Stars with the big hit on DDT. Oh, and Marambo almost made it around an Annihilator, but a nice little hip check by Annihilator pushes her out of bounds.
And an excellent bridge by Eastern Blocker and Screaming Meanie Massacre to keep Annihilator in play so that Marambo had to come all the way to the back.
And forced to call it off, so great defense from the Slaughter Daughters, not allowing Thames Fatale to pick up any points, despite the lead jammer status. 4 minutes left in this one now, 105-29. Daughters, despite their penalty troubles late, still in complete control of this one. 76 points is the difference. Again, the winner of this one will move on to play the Death Track Dolls in the semifinal at 2:20 p.m. this afternoon. If you've been following, tune in. We've still got tons of Derby left. At 1:40, we'll have our first semifinal between Les Fidois and La Racaille.
One Montreal team going home unhappy.
And that's right. But there is a guaranteed Montreal team in the final, so I'm sure the hometown crowd is going to be content with that. And some changes to the Beast of the East lineup this year, if you've been a fan of this tournament in the past. The third and fourth place game, which previously had been a 20-minute bout, will now be a 30-minute bout, and the championship final will be 2 20-minute halves.
Which mentally for these players, after being stuck in these tight and intense 20-minute games, moving into a 40-minute, 2-half game is going to be a mental switch for each team. Because the intensity factor, they're going to have to be able to adjust and not basically blow it all in the first half.
Yeah, that's very true. There is a tendency now to come out guns a-blazing at the start of these 20-minute games, and they are going to have to pace themselves energy-wise, mentally. All right, we're about to get underway here. It's 3-3 in the packs. Amanda Pummeler back out there to jam, and Kindry Surprise, no surprise, jamming for the Thames Fatale.
Yep. It's a luxury to have 3 strong jammers that you can rotate your way through in these leagues. And right now, I think between DDT, Amanda Pummeler, and Soul Wrecker, that's a lot of jammer experience you can put on the track.
That is, and Amanda Pummeler burst out of the gates and took lead jam before she even got to the pivot line, and she's already scoring as Kindry Surprise is trying to get by Hannah Murphy at the front of the pack. Gemicide holding back Amanda Pummeler. Hannah Murphy looking for a big hit on Kindry. Kindry makes a nice move to avoid the hit, and nice skating from Kindry Surprise.
Yeah,
gets her free.
There is some agility right there.
Boy, what a future star for this Thames Fatale team. She's a present star, but a great skater to build this Thames Fatale team around in the future.
Oh, exactly.
The packs remain at 3 apiece.
I'm not sure if Sister Disaster was assessed another or a new penalty, or if she's serving a 2, but she's been stuck in that penalty box now for a fair amount of time.
And I believe she just indicated that she still has 40 seconds left. So, yeah, quite a bit of time remaining on that penalty.
Yeah.
Carnage out there to jam in the black, and she's got Marambo at the front of the pack. Marambo doing a little, Marambo not happy with herself for allowing that jammer to get through. Great battle up the front now, Marambo and Hannah Murphy, as Marambo is trying to open up some room for elbows.
And that's a nice stretched out pack. The bridging was there, but they had to let her go at some point.
Well, nice job by Thames Fatale to get back to the front of the pack and pace this, trying to buy some time for their jammer to catch up. And elbows coming up quickly, forces a call off. Nice skating from the veteran.
Yeah, elbows coming in with some great speed. She had some time off. I hadn't seen her play for a little while. I'm not sure if this is her first season back in action.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. 4-3 now, back advantage. Sister Disaster still sitting out that long penalty. Hey, she's giving a wave to the.
She must know we're talking about her. Her ears are burning.
Her ears are burning. Giving a wave to Canuck Derby TV, even from the penalty box. All right, Kindry Surprise back out there in green, but it's Soul Wrecker who's got Dollface Massacre at the front of the pack to beat, and she does it. She is through. Lead jammer.
And a big hustle by Annihilator to get right to the back of that pack and try to challenge the Thames jammer, but she's broken through, and she's in a foot race now with Soul Wrecker.
It's been a 14-0 run for the Slaughter Daughters here late in this game. Kindry Surprise coming through and picking up some points. Soul Wrecker trying to call off the jam.
That's her second attempt to call off the jam.
So it's going to be end up 2-2, or 3-2, sorry. Soul Wrecker picking up 3 points. 2 points, though, picked up as Soul Wrecker, some confusion with her jam ref, couldn't get that called off.
Under a minute left to play in this game. I'm curious if anyone's going to use a timeout. It's 113-31 is a sizable chunk to try to make up.
82 points. Oh, and Sad Panda has fouled out of the game. The second foul out of this game alone. Sad Panda heading back to the penalty boxes, or back to the dressing rooms.
Both teams throwing it all on the line, I guess.
Annihilator taking a seat in the penalty box. Jewel C. Stars, who must be pushing that 4 limit. That must at least be her third penalty for the Thames Fatale.
Well, with only 40 seconds left to play, it's pretty safe that she will not be fouling out of this game, although she'll serve the last of the game in the penalty box.
Marambo back on the track to jam, and then what looks like it will be the final jam of this game. DDT out there for the Slaughter Daughters as she looks to lock this one up. DDT does take on the front wall. Marambo forced to the back against Sister Disaster and Screaming Meanie Massacre. Lead jammer for DDT.
And Sister Disaster sent off on a direction of track play penalty.
She must be nearing as well.
Yes.
But again, she will not have an opportunity to foul out of this game. Marambo now doing some nice defensive work on DDT.
And I'm sure DDT is just... Oh, Marambo called on a cutting the track, trying to goat that Slaughter Daughter jammer into a penalty. But DDT sees that the clock's run out and decides that now's just the time to end this game, move on to the semifinals, and gather the troops and brace themselves for the Death Track Dolls.
That's right. There's no reason to build up the scores here. You need to save your energy more. You've got at least one more, hopefully, or at least two more games coming up. So the Slaughter Daughters into the Final Four for the third straight season, looking to become only the second team to go to 3 straight finals. Impressive performance. Little mid-game blip for the Daughters where they ran into some penalty troubles, but other than that, about 5 to 6 minute stretch, they completely dominated this one.
Yeah. And that 5 to 6 minutes put the game out of reach.
That's
Otherwise,
right.
we may have had a closer affair.
Yeah, 96-0 it was before the Thames Fatale were able to get on the board. They went on a 29-point run, but then after that run, they were only able to put up 2 more points for the rest of the game, and that accounts for that massive score differential, 113-31. Again, Daughters through. They will be playing in the semifinal against the Death Track Dolls at 2:20 this afternoon. Be sure to tune in to that one. It's going to be a phenomenal all-Ontario showdown.
And those of you who just happen to be watching in the Montreal area, Arena St. Louis, it's starting to fill up, ladies and gentlemen. If you were thinking of just trying to make your way down here to catch the finals, I would recommend you get up off the couch, put the laptop down, and make your way down to Arena St. Louis right now, or this is going to sell out on you.
That's right. Yeah, it is already packed in anticipation of what will be an Ontario versus Quebec final, regardless of who wins. So that should be an interesting showdown. There's lots of fans from each province here in the building today. I have a feeling it's going to be loud.
Always is here at the Beast of the East.
All right, so the score has been made official. 113-31 is your final here in the final quarterfinal bout. We will be back in 6 to 10 minutes, we'll say, for our first. About 6 to 10 minutes for our first of the 2 semifinals between Les Filles de Wa and La Racaille. For Tipsy McStaggers and the Canuck Derby TV crew, I'm the Derby Nerd, and we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
I'm ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Necromaniac.
Talk to me, producer.
Well, people listening at home, we have reached that magical moment in Beast of the East. The semifinals, only 4 teams remaining. I am Captain Lou Albamo, and I am joined by the lovely Plastic Patrick.
Bonjour, Derbyverse. My name is Plastic Patrick, the voice of Montreal Roller Derby, and extremely excited to announce this all Montreal bout semifinal of Beast of the East, La Racaille versus Les Filles du Roi.
That's right, Patrick. The bracket's working out that all the Quebec teams are on one side, all the Ontario teams on the other side on day 2. We're going to see a 3-4 game. Let's just go.
Alors, semifinals, Beast of the East, semifinal numéro 1. All Montreal, Les Filles du Roi versus La Racaille. On the jam, at the jam line, we had Meliwana for La Racaille and Oh for Les Filles du Roi. And Meliwana was lead jammer. She just picked up 4 points and called off the jam. Captain Lou, I'm so happy to be doing this with you.
Oh, I love calling a game with you, Plastic Patrick. And La Racaille has been absolutely stomping their opponents all tournament long. Meliwana, a big part of that, putting points up on the board, and you know she's taken the jammer panty off, and she is blocking. This is something she's been doing all day as well.
Yes, Meliwana's been she's been training with the skids. She's a new skid. Therefore, she gets the extra mileage every week, and there she is blocking again. We've got Falcon Punch for La Racaille versus Demand of Lashing for Les Filles du Roi.
And Demand of Lashing having a great weekend for the Filles du Roi, but having a little bit of trouble running into a solid wall of green. The La Racaille blockers trying to hold her back. She finally makes her way through, but Falcon punches all the way around, Patrick.
That's right. Falcon Punch already in scoring position. She breaks through. Last line of defense is Magnum PEI. There she goes. A pirouette. Calls off the jam. Give me my points. See you later.
8-0 early on in this game for La Racaille against their sisters from Montreal Roller Derby, Les Filles du Roi. The brackets worked out such that Quebec teams are all on one side, Ontario on the other. Racaille has already dismissed the Contrabanditas. They're now looking to push the Filles du Roi aside to advance to the finals, Patrick.
And Captain Lou, I'd like to bring your attention to this next Racaille jammer. She's a real breakout star this year. Leg Cité, second year on La Racaille. She was stellar at our round robin tournament.
You can generally see who she is because she's usually a helmet and a head above the rest of her opponents. Huge hit by Nameless Horror on Oh High, knocking her to the back of the pack. That allows Leg Cité to get lead jammer, Patrick.
That's right. Leg Cité all the way around already. Undetected. Nobody even knew she was coming. Picks up 5 points. And, oh my lord, power jam number 1, Ohio, lands in the box. I didn't see the call, but nonetheless, it's a power jam.
That is correct. So a power jam for La Racaille. This is something they've been able to force their opponents into. Cycled to the back by Leg Cité, cycled to the back by Beterave. Cycled to the back once again.
Yes, by Scores Easy. And she jumps ahead of her. There you go, making it look easy. 5 more points for La Racaille.
And again, these semifinals are only 20 minutes like most of the games in Beast of the East. After this, the 3-4 and the final game will be a bit longer, but these 20-minute games are sprints to the finish. You cannot make mistakes, and Filles du Roi has done that early on in this game, but a nice hit. Getting cycled to the back. That Scores Easy once again, pushing legs out, legs forced to call it off.
Yeah, Scores Easy, a real blocking force for Montreal. Unfortunately, she suffered many injuries over the years. This is, I believe, her 4th season with Montreal Roller Derby, but she's only played 2 out of these because of numerous injuries. But we're very glad that she's back now, and as you can see, in great form.
Looks like Falcon Punch is going to take the line again for for La Racaille, 21-0 early on this game. It is a power start. The jammer for Fidois stuck in the box. Falcon Punch trying to fight her way through before the jammer gets released for the ladies in purple. One skater to beat. She gets lead jammer, Patrick.
That's right. Ohio jumps out of the box. She is now on the track. She does have to complete her initial pass. And she makes it look real easy. Falcon Punch already in the scoring position. There she goes, taking the outside. Way out there. Passes everybody and picks up 4 points. Calls it off. And that's it for La Racaille. La Racaille leading 25-0 over Filles du Roi. Et maintenant sur la piste, on a Meliwana, I think one of your favorites, against one of my personal favorites, Betrave. Betrave qui est une jammeuse très unique, une fille très forte qui ne tombe vraiment pas souvent mais qui est très smooth dans son coup de patin.
My French is terrible, Patrick, but I agree with everything that you just said. I understood with that jammer having a unique form, and she's getting lead jammer for the Filles du Roi. I have enjoyed watching her jam all weekend long, and she's doing it once again for her teammates.
Too close for comfort. She calls it off. Betrave, that's 0-0, but still, let me remind you, 25. La Racaille, 25 points. Les Filles du Roi, 0.
5.5 minutes to gone in this 20-minute game. L'Excité lining up on the line once again for La Racaille. Number 33, Demand a Lashing for Filles du Roi. La Racaille in their traditional green, the purple and gold for Filles du Roi. Both of these teams have won the Beast before, Patrick.
They have. They have La Racaille 2008 and Filles du Roi 2010. And there goes L'Excité pushing at the front. Magnum PI last night in defense. Magnum PI lands in the box for blocking out of bounds, blocking out of the engagement zone. And L'Excité is already on a scoring position. Demand a Lashing still has not completed her initial pass.
And I believe there was Tabernuc that also went to the box for an out-of-play blocking call. And we have L'Excité through for another 5 points for La Racaille.
And another player to watch is Nameless Horror at the very front of the pack. A real blocking force for La Racaille. Look at that, one-on-one with Demand a Lashing. Oh, that was almost on the outside. She couldn't quite make it. But L'Excité is already on her second scoring pass, making it look easy. 4 more points for La Racaille. That's 9 points for the team in green, pushing their lead at 34-0. Captain Lou, did you think this would be so lopsided?
Well, La Racaille has really put the hammer down on all of their opponents this season long and this series long. I do believe these teams faced off earlier in March, and La Racaille did come out the winners.
La Racaille was actually a clear winner of both their bouts against both Montreal teams. However, it seems like they've increased their power. La Racaille was the only team that kept so many of their old players from last season, and I think that makes a really big difference. They had a tough year last year. I think they had something around 10 new players out of 20, which is half the team, obviously. And then they kept all of those players around. Only Surgical Strike and Greta Bobo haven't even left the league. They've just moved on to the Skids. But a real close, tight team, and I think we're seeing the results today. La Racaille really powering through this tournament and powering through this first semifinal of Beast of the East.
And as you mentioned, Montreal Roller Derby unable to win their own tournament since 2010. La Racaille taking notice, telling everyone in the crowd that they want to be champions, and they would be the first second-time champions at the Beast. No one has ever won the Beast twice.
Nope.
La Racaille looking to move forward to that final game. Meliwana through the pack very quickly for La Racaille. Big smile on her face. She's your lead jammer. Oh is at the back. She's trying to break free. Gets past Slavic Slayer. She's out of the pack as well. But Meliwana is approaching the back.
That's right. Meliwana already in the scoring position. La Fée du Roi, only one blocker, scores easy. And then, both blockers standing up. Magnum PEI and Tabarnouk standing up in the box, which means they have under 10 seconds. They are back on the track. Ohio completes her scoring pass, 4 points, but Meliwana's already on another scoring pass. Tabarnouk pushes her to the outside. She comes back in, and by that time, Ohio is already there, so Meliwana calls it off. 2 more points for Meliwana.
And we say this in almost every roller derby game. It's even more true in these 20-minute sprints, but penalties absolutely will kill you, and FDR having penalty troubles.
Yeah, serious penalty trouble right now. Still two blockers from the Fée du Roi sitting in the box. The winner of this bout will get to go to play for championships, for the Championship of Beasts of the East at 5 o'clock. The losing team will play at 4 o'clock for third place. And back on the track, we got Falcon Punch versus Demanda Lashing. Falcon Punch is already lead jammer. Demanda Lashing fighting. There you go. Nameless Horror. And that's Sneaky Devil.
All the way around the track, Falcon Punch is in there, scoring points already, pushing her way out to front. Demanda Lashing is away as well. She's looking back. Looked like she was deciding whether she would try to slow Falcon Punch down, maybe try to feed her back to the pack. Decides that maybe she just needs to get out. She doesn't have lead jammer. Physical contact between the jammers. I like to see that as they go around the track. But Falcon punches through. Picks up another 4 points for Lara Kai in a blink of an eye.
Well,
FDR kept off the board, Patrick.
Yeah, it was worth it. There were only 2 blockers for FDR on the track, 2 in the box. And the 2 blockers for Fée du Roi were at the back of the pack. So it was worth to, try and pass those 2 blockers and call it right off, because that would give you 4 points. And the 4 blockers for Larakai were way ahead.
And that's something I think we've seen all tournament long. Larakai, good jammers, good blockers, but they've got great strategic sense on the track. They know what they're supposed to do. But there's FDR's jammer getting lead. Who is that, Patrick?
That's Betrave. Go, Betrave, go. But look at that. FDR giving Lexite some problems. And Betrave is already around, picking up a grand slam for her team. Bringed the team total to 9 points. Lexite breaks through the back. And now, opposite situation. Only 2 blockers for Larakai and a full pack for Fée du Roi.
So Betrave able to do 2 scoring passes. Comes up against the pivot. Gets her way past. Hands on the hip. And Fée du Roi putting 9 points up on the board. Number 8008. Doing it all for her teammates in purple.
That's right. She gestured, ripping off the panty from her helmet, saying, okay, let's get it together. Let's get this done. I mean, it is 50-13 with 10 minutes to play. It could be done.
That's right. A momentum shift could easily push this in the way of the Fée du Roi. On the line, number 420, that's Meliwana.
And that's Panzerette for Le Fée du Roi rookie.
Panzerette jamming for the first time in this game. She has jammed during this tournament with great success. Pushed to the inside, though. Sneaky Devil doing a good job of cycling her to the back, Patrick.
Yes, and Meliwana pushing at the front. Alstrapone, Demanda Lashing and Magnum PEI, last line of defense. Magnum PEI, I feel like we say this all the time. She always in a good position, but she does break through. Lead jammer, première jammeuse, Meliwana.
And still stuck in the pack is Panzerette heading off to the box. The pivot for Larakai. That is Sneaky Devil. Little more real estate. Still only 2 blockers on the track for Larakai, but they do have lead jammer, and Meliwana is in the pack scoring points, Patrick.
That's right. Once again, on Magnum PEI's butt. And around Alstrapone, there you go with Magnum PEI again. Decides, not you again. I'm going to call it off.
Larakai continue to build their lead. They move up to 51-50. I don't know. We'll check when the scoreboard decides to correct itself. 3 more points on that jam. 53 for Larakai, 13 for La Fée du Roi. 40-point lead. 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this game.
And Captain Lou, do you know who's coming up next?
Oh, coming up next is a matchup I've been waiting for all weekend long. The Slaughter Daughters from Rideau Valley facing off against Toronto's Death Rock Dolls. Both teams having a great tournament. It's going to be a barn burner of an action and barn burning today. Oh, no, wait. Falcon Punch looked like she got lead, but she committed a track cut. That means it's a chance for the FDR to close the gap. Oh, hi, oh, with lead jammer and on a power jam.
And only one blocker, not just any blocker, but one blocker for La Racaille. This is a real opportunity for Les Filles du Roi to make up at some points.
5 points go up on the board for the Filles du Roi. Oh, hi is around one more time. Nameless Horror, the only blocker to beat. Through one more time. 10 points now for the Filles du Roi jammer.
Yeah, they are now at 23 points to 53. Nameless Horror heading to the box, which means only one, no blocker left for La Racaille for a short time. Russian Roulette comes out of the box. And Ohio, in the meantime, is just continuing the damage, closing the gap for her team.
Yeah, she's pretty much just doing speed laps right now,
That's
Patrick.
right.
Not a lot of blockers to contend with. Plus, she's got 4 ladies in purple out there to help her. Although number 95, that's Petit Pouliche, heading to the box for the Fee.
And there she goes going around. Oh, hot shot from Slavic Slayer. Forces her to call it off, but I do think she made some points on that last. No points on that last pass. But she does seriously close the gap. La Racaille 53, Les Filles du Roi 36.
So we go from a 40-point lead to a 17-point lead. 6.5 minutes to go. A slight mistake by La Racaille, and suddenly the Filles du Roi are right back in this game.
And you know what else is pretty exciting, Captain Lou? Something that you may not know about. But just because I live in Montreal and we're hosting Beasts of the East, we're going to take this opportunity after the second semifinal to showcase our juniors.
The juniors are playing, Patrick?
That's right.
That sounds like the kind of thing that I would love to have the opportunity to talk about online.
Well, you will have that opportunity right after the second semifinal. Approximately 3 o'clock, we have one junior league, and they will split into 2 for a black and white scrimmage for 20 minutes. And it will be probably their first broadcast experience, so the first chance for the Derbyverse to check out Montreal's junior talent.
And if you have not watched Junior Roller Derby, this is the future of our sport, and some of these young skaters are absolutely fantastic.
Oh, yes.
I am really looking forward to this, Patrick.
Yes. Oh, back on track, Melia. That's Lexi Tay versus Panzerette. And Lexi Tay picking up lead jammer status. There she goes. Panzerette still stuck in the pack, but no, there is a track cut on Lexi Tay again. Power jam for Les Filles du Roi. Panzerette is the one to watch. Meliwana also heading to the box. What is going on with La Racaille's defense? Oh, Slavic Slayer is the only one.
It is the chaos of Beasts of the East. These short games see these momentum shifts. Nameless Horror exiting from the pack. She will join Slavic Slayer in an attempt to slow down Panzerette. Panzerette has 5 points up on the board for the Filles du Roi. She's fighting her way through. Slavic Slayer knocking her to the inside.
And there goes another one. That's Banana Havoc coming back to join her. But Panzerette, time has expired. 5 more points for Les Filles du Roi, and they are seriously closing the gap. 53 to 46. 7 points in 5 minutes. I did not expect that, and I don't think La Racaille expected that either.
Not at all. I thought La Racaille was going to run away with this game earlier on. Everything has shifted in the last 4 or 5 minutes. Filles du Roi knocking on the door, 7 points away, and that's Better on the line wearing the star. 4 seconds in, she is your lead jammer, Patrick.
Oh yes, Lexite still sitting in the box. I bet she's becoming impatient, watching that gap close, and still a 4-on-3 advantage for Les Filles du Roi. Power jam still happening. There you go. First scoring pass, 5 points for Les Filles du Roi. Lexite coming around the pack, entering the track right now. She does have to perform her initial pass, which was not very difficult. And Betrave's second scoring pass calls it off. Is this a lead change?
Sorry, it is a lead change, Patrick. 55-53 for the Filles du Roi. Betrave points at the scoreboard as she calls off the jam, indicating to her teammates they are now winning this bout.
Oh, yes, and the crowd loves a tight match, and this is what they're getting right now. Filles du Roi in purple, La Racaille in green, and now there are two jammers on the track. And we have Falcon Punch for La Racaille, and that is Demanda Lashing for Les Filles du Roi. Falcon Punch breaks through the wall. She is lead jammer. Demanda Lashing breaks through as well. Both jammers now scoring, but Falcon Punch has a slight lead. Hits, there you go again, Magnum PEI right there at the right time. But she does get around, calls off the jam a little bit too late. Demanda Lashing did pick up 1 point against 4 for La Racaille. So, what's that? Another lead change.
Another lead change. La Racaille taking the lead back 57-56. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this game. Betrave and Meliwana on the line.
That's right.
Filles du Roi with one blocker in the box. La Racaille with a slight pack advantage. 4-on-3 blockers. Jam is underway, Patrick. Sort of.
I hear the whistle, but they were not moving very much. And on the outside, that is Betrave seriously taking advantage. Oh, but Meliwana sneaks on the inside. She picks up lead jammer status. Betrave hot on her heels. The pack reforms, and will there be any scoring in this jam? The jammers are very close together, and they are now approaching the pack.
And if anyone thinks Betrave is not a fast skater, she actually closed the gap on Meliwana during that lap. Meliwana is in the pack fighting her way through, but so is Betrave. Meliwana down on turn 3 calls off the jam. Points indicated 4-3, I believe, for Filles du Roi. You know what that means, Patrick?
That means we've got a tie. We've got a tie. Did you expect this? No. I think the crowd is really, really enjoying this game, and I must say, I am too.
I am seriously enjoying this game. At Beast of the East, you have to expect the unexpected, and it is happening in this semifinal game. A tie game with under 2 minutes to go. Jam is underway. Demanda Lashing fighting her way through for Filles du Roi. At the back of the pack, I believe that's Falcon Punch finding an outside line. She's going to get lead jammer, Patrick.
Falcon Punch picking up lead jammer status. She is ahead. Demanda Lashing still not out of the pack. And she is pushed to the outside, recycled at the back. In the meantime, Falcon Punch closing the gap on the pack. She's about to score. And Demanda Lashing getting battered by K-Dog. Ooh, that looked like a little bit of a track cut. And it was a track cut. K-Dog forces it on Demanda Lashing. And in the meantime, there go. Oh, one-on-one, Tabarnouk and Falcon Punch going at it. But Falcon Punch does break through, picks up 5 points on this power jam. This could really be the nail in the coffin, especially with 1 minute to play.
Sure enough, Patrick. K-Dog pumping both fists in the air, celebrating that track cut, giving La Racaille a power jam through one more time as Falcon Punch. Another 5 on the board. That's going to be 10.
That's right, and the clock is trickling down. 40 seconds left, and Ashhole also heading to the box. 4-on-3 pack advantage for La Racaille, and easily. I guess when nothing is happening, you just don't expect anything to happen, and that's what, Falcon Punch was right there at the right time and walked right through that pack.
And Falcon Punch really coming through in the clutch along with her blocker teammate K-Dog, forcing this power jam. 20 points up on the board for La Racaille. Time running out in the period. Time running out in the jam. Falcon Punch can run this to its conclusion,
Yep.
Patrick.
She does. And if I were her, that's exactly what I would do. She's going to go for another scoring run. 3 seconds left in the bout. She's just going to complete it. And picks up 5 more points. Just for fun. Just for a little gravy. And puts her team ahead. La Racaille, unofficially 85. Les Filles du Roi, 60 points. La Racaille is in the final, Lou.
They're in the final. Feet-of-Wall will play for third place. Both of these teams leaving absolutely everything on the track. A 25-point deficit for Feet-of-Wall, but seriously, this game was tied one jam ago.
Absolutely, and I must say that hit from K-Dog, it really was the game changer. It really was. It was that one track cut, that one smart hit on the outside on Demanda Lashing that just changed everything. And look at this, 15 points that Falcon Bunch was able to pick up and put her team ahead to win. And right now they're going to the final.
So a clutch play by one of those veteran blockers you were talking about from Laura Kai. Experience coming through in the end, propelling Laura Kai to the finals. They will have an opportunity to defend, or not defend, but win the title once again and bring the Beast back home to Montreal.
That's right, but we will not find out who they will play until the end of next bout, which will feature the Slaughter Daughters of Rideau Valley against Toronto's Death Track Dolls.
I'm Captain Lou Obama. I'm going to take a bit of a rest. Patrick, I am so pleased to have been able to call this game with you. That was so exciting.
Captain Lou, the pleasure was all mine.
Canuck Derby TV watchers, stick around. One more game coming up in about 10 minutes, and then we'll take a short break for some junior action. And then medal time at Beast of the East 2013 from Montreal, Quebec, Canada.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop at Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2013 Beast of the East. I'm the Derby Nerd here with Tipsy McStaggers.
Hello.
We are your voices for this final semi-final showdown between the Rideau Valley's Slaughter Daughters and Toronto Roller Derby's Death Track Dolls.
I'm telling you, Nerd, this has probably been the most topsy-turvy, backwards, forwards Beast of the East tournament in the history of the tournament. Lots of favorites moving on through to the end of the tournament, but boy, they had to take the long road to get there in some up and down games.
That's right. Yeah, I don't think anyone would be too surprised to see La Rocaille advancing through to the final, but maybe just the way they got there is what the surprise is. They almost let that one against FDR slip away. If you missed that one, make sure that you take the time to watch the archived version of that bout. It was tied 60-60 entering the final jam. That's all you need to know.
And there's a pretty big competition for this tournament long as which game actually was the most exciting in the last minute. It's been up and down. There's been about 4 or 5 top-notch games in this tournament where people are on the edge of their seat right down to the last minute.
Yeah, I've made it fairly well known that this is my favorite Derby weekend of the year. You've got the energy and the excitement of like an ECDX, but you've got the competitive level. Even though it's a house league tournament, the competitive level is always extraordinarily high and extraordinarily close. Beast of the East, there's nothing like it.
And it's just the nature of the tournament itself. For a lot of teams, it's the introduction to roller derby. It's the unofficial start of the Eastern Canadian season.
Yep.
For a lot of leagues that maybe not have a full-time derby facility, that this kind of kicks off the home season. So there's a lot of people who actually get their first roller derby experience here at Beast of the East, playing against other teams, getting their first roller derby experience, and then learning from the veterans that have been around for a long, long time. It's an educational experience all the way around.
Yeah, it always had it. It's always been kind of the cutting edge, too, of Canadian Derby. What are the trends? What are the new strategies that are being used? This is where it's usually disseminated. And, for a lot of these skaters, too, as you mentioned, for some of them, this is the only tournament they'll ever play in. The Beast of the East. If they're just a house league skater, they're not on any of the travel teams. For some of them, this is their championship. And that brings that competitive level up. And the fact that it is House League just brings, I think, because of that disparity in talent, new skaters with WFTDA chartered skaters, it just brings that level of excitement up a couple more notches. Now, this could be the game of the tournament if we haven't already seen the game of the tournament.
Oh, it's incredible.
The Death Track Dolls and the Slaughter Daughters, two teams that have carried themselves extraordinarily well and are certainly favorites in this tournament. It's unfortunate that only one will get to go on to the final. It is unfortunate that only one gets to go on to the final, but that's the way that Derby goes. And Tipsy, sorry, we were a little distracted here.
Yeah.
They seem to be bringing in a stretcher behind the benches.
I'm not entirely sure what happened. I'm not sure if this is from a Derby-related injury earlier in the day that maybe is catching up to a skater, but if we find out more about it, we'll pass on the word.
Now, as it is, the beginning of this game will be delayed very briefly. There is a skater with some problems, and she will be led away. We'll let you know when we find out. But how did these two teams get here? Well, both of these teams went 2-0 in the elimination round yesterday to get here and get some rest, some much-needed rest, too, at the end of the night. The Death Track Dolls kicked things off against Les Casse-Gueules from Quebec and won 129-7 in a dominant performance. They went on to book their spot in the quarterfinals with another big win, 96-30 over Les Contrabandidas.
Mm-hmm. The Daughters made their way into this game in a rather, it may not have been overly competitive, but it was a certainly entertaining game, which featured probably 15 minutes of the oddest roller derby we've ever seen in a decidedly one-sided match against the Thames Fatale from London, Ontario. It was a final score on that one of 113-21 in favor of the Daughters, but both teams, there was 36 penalties, I believe, called in a 20-minute game.
4 foul outs.
Mm-hmm.
It was a wild one for sure.
3 Daughters fouling out. 3 Slaughter Daughters fouled out in that game. It was the big block. Blackout Susan was another one, and I believe Margaret Choke was the third.
Yeah, and Sad Panda fouled out for the Thames Fatale. So yeah, 36 major minutes. All right, now, and the Daughters, of course, also went 2-0 yesterday. Won 105 to 29 against the Gorgol Roller Girls, and then continued their hot streak with a dominant 117-2 performance against the Smoke City Betties, and that booked their spot in the quarterfinals.
For those of you following along at home and who might be able to hear the crowd actually having a couple real big roars going out there, that's the thanks to Georgia W. Tush, owner of Neon Skates, one of the proud sponsors of Montreal Roller Derby and Canuck Derby TV. Been a proud sponsor for a long, long time. You can see her at skateneon.com or drop by one of the brick and mortar stores located in Montreal and Ottawa, Canada.
Yes, a big thanks to Neon Skates, Georgia W. Tush, and of course a big thanks to Holy Crap, the world's most amazing breakfast cereal, for all of their support. Also like to take this opportunity to thank our crew behind Canuck Derby TV, Dr. Johnny Capote, and he's had a lot of technical help from Alex Jason and Mr. Force, a.k.a. Layer 9. And on the cameras, El Kaboom, Skinsy, Megaboosh, Olivier, Skanky, and Honey Boom Boom have been putting in the hours all weekend.
And if you're at home watching this, I guess you should try to find a way. I'm not sure if Johnny's got the donate button working live on his site again this year, but if you want to keep Canuck Derby TV free, something that you can come in and watch whenever there's some amazing Canadian roller derby action happening, click and donate to Canuck Derby TV. Doing a lot of hard work, bringing you a lot of derby action, all for free. Find some time, find some dollars, pass it the way of Johnny Kaput.
Skaters now going to take a few laps as we deal with this unfortunate medical situation. We still have no information to bring to you, but a skater is being fitted with the neck support and being it's going to be taken away on a stretcher. It happened sometime during that last game. We will hope that everything is okay.
And player safety is paramount here for Montreal Roller Derby and all the roller derby leagues across Canada. Best in medical help available here, and the player will be taken care of with the utmost of care.
That's right. So La Racaille, again, if you're just tuning in, La Racaille has advanced to their fourth Beast of the East final in 6 years, an amazing record. Only with a one win back in 2009, but nonetheless, 4 finals for La Racaille. Les Filles will be playing in the third place bout at 4 o'clock. Be sure to tune in for that. And we await the winner of this second semifinal between the Death Track Dolls and the Slaughter Daughters to see who their opponent will be.
I know this doesn't really affect anyone at home, but apparently there's a car being towed outside beside the arena, and it's causing no end of difficulty. Well, there's also an ambulance that has to get through there, so I think probably for the better. So anyways, it's been an interesting weekend here. Probably, I'd have to say, probably my favorite Beast of the East so far.
It's been, I think, in terms of what's been happening on the track, this has definitely been the most entertaining Beast of the East in my memory. And just taking a look at some of these rosters here for the semifinal showdown, the Death Track Dolls, we've got Speedin' Hawking, Aims to Kill, Rage in a Cage, Scarchasm, Santillion Yo Face, Slam Wow, Downright Dirty Dawson, Canadian Psycho, Getcha Kicks, Belfast, Shenado, Clobber, Rainbow Fight, and rounding out the roster for the semifinal game is Uppercut, number TKO.
Now, one of the things that has, now this will be, should the Slaughter Daughters happen to make it by the Death Track Dolls, which is not a given by any way, shape, or form, ladies and gentlemen, they would be moving on to their third final. Would that be the first time that a team has made it to the finals in 3 years?
They would join La Racaille. Racaille made it to the finals in 2008, 2009, and 2010. So they would be the second team to make it to 3 straight finals. La Racaille, of course, have now made it to 4, but not 3 in a row.
The roster for the Slaughter Daughters this year is Semi-Precious. That would be Hannah Murphy, skating under her real name these days. Blackout Susan, Margaret Choke, Carnage, Steel Bearing, Drunky Brewster. Drunky Brewster actually should be out. She was a late scratch. She was hoping to have her elbow rehabbed enough to dress for this tournament, but was not able to get cleared by the doctors late in the week. So she unfortunately could not dress. She'll be working the bench with Coach Adam. Sister Disaster, The Big Block, Annihilator, Soul Wrecker, Amanda Pummeler, DDT, Screaming Meanie Massacre, and Eastern Blocker. I think it should probably be said that in the last 2 years when the Slaughter Daughters made it to the finals, they each year had managed to dress some players that were new to their team who came out and had a large impact on the games that they were playing. Now, this Slaughter Daughter roster is fairly well established. Some of them play on the Vixens travel team as well. So there are no unknown players for the Daughters making their debut past first-year skater Carnage. But right now, everybody knows the good look of the Slaughter Daughters, so there's no surprise players that are going to come out and try to that teams couldn't have at least scouted ahead of time. And that played a big role in their earlier Beast of the East success, with skaters like Annihilator and Amanda Pummeler making their Slaughter Daughter debuts. They came out and had a huge impact in those first 2 years.
Yeah, and the Death Track Dolls also have a fairly well-established roster over the past few years. Picked up some very smart transfers in the offseason. Due to their last place finish in the Toronto Roller Derby House League last year, they got first pick in the draft, and they picked up some very impressive experienced skaters in Getcha Kicks, Canadian Psycho, who I'm sure all fans of Eastern Canadian Roller Derby are well aware of, but perhaps not used to seeing them in the blood-spattered of the Death Track Dolls. And, of course, Rainbow Fight, also transferring from the 7-9 Derby Girls, and she was picked up in the draft in the offseason as well. So, again, the Dolls also fairly established roster. It's a roster that has come of age together and seems to be peaking right now at the right time.
Yeah, under the creative bench management of Mr. Whistler, who managed to come up with some interesting strategic looks for the Dolls in their in their quarterfinal game. Really, really creative bench managing from Mr. Whistler.
Yeah, some good starts. This is Mr. Whistler's second year as the bench manager for the Death Track Dolls. He is joined on the bench by Pantyhose, former longtime skater with the Death Track Dolls, now skates for CN Power and Toronto Roller Derby. And it looks like we are about to get underway. We are a few minutes behind. Of course, player safety comes first and foremost, but just if you are trying to set your clocks, we're about 14 minutes behind schedule now. But we'll look to get things wrapped up, and we're about to get underway.
First jam of the bout. It looks like Soul Wrecker out there wearing the star for the Slaughter Daughters.
And it is Belfast for the Death Track Dolls. A good scrappy scrum start to get it started. Soul Wrecker trying to get around. Looks like Scarcasm and Downright Dirty Dawson, a 2-all at the back of the pack. Belfast working on Hannah Murphy in the front. She's going to try and beat her in the breakaway. Oh, and she couldn't quite stay in front. She is your lead jammer.
But she's recycled all the way to the back of the pack, and she'll call it off as Soul Wrecker was rounding her way around on her way towards her first scoring pass.
Good start for the Dolls, though, showing that they can go against this deep pack of the Slaughter Daughters, but Hannah Murphy with that nice, just last-minute little flick of her hips, forcing out of bounds.
Looks like on the jammer line for the Slaughter Daughters is DDT. There's a little hustle and muscle going on right now at the back of that pack. Both jammers trying to work their way through their opposing team's three walls. And it looks like DDT is your first lead jam.
And Canadian Psycho is heading to the penalty box. It's going to be a pack advantage now for the Slaughter Daughters. The big block with a nice hit, forcing Getcha Kicks out to the back. And DDT coming around to score. The Dolls were not ready for that. Oh! Last minute hit from Sinead Clobber, forcing her back, and a cut being called now. Clobber very smartly saw some part of her body go up because Clobber jumped back just as DDT was standing. Power jam for the Dolls.
I think it was DDT's helmet that landed outside of the track. So
that's it. That's all it takes. Sister Disaster looks like... Audrey Helborn, going to the penalty box with the direction of gameplay major. Really nice defense on this power kill now. Eastern Blocker and Sister Disaster just controlling Getcha Kicks. Rainbow Fight and Sinead Clobber out there all alone in a 4-2 disadvantage, unable to do much. Clobber now heading the box. Major penalty troubles for the Death Track Dolls. Getcha Kicks still behind a black wall. Finally, Rainbow Fight trying to form. Oh, and she's going to get it for destruction of gameplay.
And a big block out of the way as well for the out-of-play hit on that last move for the last jammer.
And Getcha Kicks slowly approaching now in this power jam. Takes a little burst of speed on the straightaway and manages to get through to pick up 5 points. First blood goes to the Death Track Dolls, 5-0 lead. 2.5 minutes in. That was a long time with no scoring.
Exactly. I guess the referee not awarding any of the points for DDT. There she goes, makes her way through. That'll be some points for her.
There it is.
On her first scoring pass, I thought she had scored her points before she had the cut penalty.
Getcha Kicks now getting called on a back block major.
Swapping the power jams.
5.
So the jam comes to a conclusion before Getcha Kicks can make it to the box. So that looks like Amanda Pummeler be coming out wearing the star for.
I think the Dolls are some confusion. Or they've called I think they're going to call a official review here, but Santilli Face was briefly out on the jam line before realizing.
So there now it is a score of 10-9 in favor of the Slaughter Daughters.
Official timeout being called. This might turn into an official review. Wenser and Captain Speeden Hawking having a little discussion with head ref Matt S. Faction.
And once again, Amanda Pummeler just can't keep the feet free. She just is a non-stop boogie machine. Perpetual motion.
3-2 pack advantage when this gets underway for the Slaughter Daughters. It's going to be Scarcasm and Aims to Kill on the track all alone in white. Annihilator, Hannah Murphy, and Blackout Susan out there for the Daughters in black. Amanda Pummeler jamming this power jam. It'll be a full minute as well.
Slaughter Daughters lining up in that passive offense position, I'm sorry.
And a very quick start now. Amanda Pummeler facing off against Aims to Kill. Scarcasm coming in. They're kind of popping her around. Annihilator and Hannah Murphy coming into play. Some offense. Pummeler through. She's your lead jammer.
She really had to stay on her feet, taking some strong hits by both the Dolls blockers.
2 second-year blockers who have really, really come a long way very quickly in this league.
Amanda Pummeler juking and jiving. She's got one player left to beat, and she's trying to feel her way through that inside line, but finally makes it through.
Nice time killing, though, but it's going to be 10 points so far picked up for Amanda Pummeler. Or 5 points. Sorry, that was her first pass. It was a long pass.
Yes.
Oh, a big hit from Aims to Kill sends Amanda Pummeler down, but she's up quickly.
And Hannah Murphy just pushes 204. Scarcasm out of the way, giving a full inside line for Amanda Pummeler to make her pass through.
Getcha Kicks back on the track now. Penalty has expired. Oh, Amanda Pummeler falling down and very smartly going back to the inside as she took a hit from Aims to Kill and avoiding the cut major. Getcha Kicks now getting through the front of the pack. But that was her initial pass. No points for the Dolls.
So we've played just about 5 minutes in this game, and it looks like we got a score of 22-9 favor of the Slaughter Daughters.
Taking good advantage of that power jam, and one of the top blockers for Death Track Dolls, Rainbow Fight, has been in that box, and I believe she was assessed 2 minutes. She's been in there already for a full minute and still sitting, so that's a dangerous situation for the Death Track Dolls.
Yeah, that's not a player you want to lose, because with the 4 minutes or a 4 penalty ejection or foul out rate, this could be happening in a heartbeat in one of these games, as we saw and found in the Slaughter Daughters Thames Fatale game.
Santilli Face is through, but Carnage is already coming around to score. 2-2 in the pack. Nice hit from Audrey Hellborn. The big block knocking Audrey Hellborn out, but Carnage nonetheless forced to call it. Nothing on the board for either team.
That's a smart play by a first-year skater, Carnage.
22-9 now, 6 minutes into this game. The power jam is the difference right now. Not surprising. I think these two teams both proving to be some of the hottest teams in this tournament, and it is going to be those power jams. Who can be cleaner? Could be the difference.
Yeah, a lot of it's gonna boil down to jammer confidence and jammer mistakes.
2-2 on the pack, and Soul Wrecker bursts through that 2-wall. Hannah Murphy and Annihilator getting held back now nicely by Scarcasm. Aims to Kill, allowing Belfast through, but she's got about a half a track to make up.
Yeah, that's a Solrecker demonstrating that rare 0 to 60 speed burst that she possesses.
Oh, and it looks like Solrecker's going to pick up at least 3 points there. She's trying to call it off, but she's going to the penalty box.
I think they called her for a low block on that little collision in there.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. I didn't even see the penalty call or the penalty, but she's in the box. Power jam now for the Dolls. So this will even things up in terms of the power jams. Oh, nice offensive block from Rainbow Fight. Frees Belfast. 5-point pickup. 22-14.
Oh, yeah, this is hold on to your seat, Derby fans.
Already the intensity we were expecting is here. Belfast taking the outside. She's got Hannah Murphy and Annihilator now. Oh, and a big hit from Hannah Murphy, but Belfast able to stay on her feet. Finally, Scarcasm comes through the knife offensive block. 5 more points on the board.
Annihilator on her way to the penalty box for a cutting the track penalty as well. But we've got Sister Disaster, Hannah Murphy, and Margaret Choke out there playing the defense for the Slaughter Daughters. And Hannah Murphy just carries her skater out of bounds.
But couldn't stay in bounds. Hannah Murphy, one skate slipped out, and Belfast able to get through for 5 more points. We have our first lead change of this game. 24-22 now, and Belfast calls it off as Solrecker stands.
Whew. Yeah, this is gonna. Don't blink, folks. You might miss the play of the game.
So yes, points haven't been added to the score yet. Oh, Slaughter Daughters picking up 26-19, no lead change. But
now I think there may have been a scoring mishap there.
Yeah, we'll see this adjustment. They're going to count the score up. Wow, the intensity we were expecting. We are 8 minutes into this one. It's 26, as it is right now, 26-19 on the board. Oh, tipsy, my heart racing.
Oh, hold on to yourself, man. It's going to get far more exciting. I can tell you that right now. There's a penalty being assessed to the jammer of the Death Track Dolls. It looks to be some form of illegal procedure penalty. Head ref Mattisfaction explaining the play to Mr. Whistler.
So again, another power jam. So the momentum for the Dolls that they had picked up there slipping. And again, the advantage shifts back to the Slaughter Daughters now. 26-24 is the updated score. 12 minutes remaining. It's going to be a full minute power jam as well.
Mm-hmm. DDT's got to get through that pack as quickly as possible to take advantage of this. And she's got 2 players to beat.
Audrey Hellborn with a nice hit, and they're slowing her down. Sinead Clobber heading back to the penalty box. Canadian Psycho with a nice move and a cut by DDT. Oh, nice move by Canadian Psycho to move to the outside and force that cut.
Yep. I'm telling you, the Death Track Dolls being the most effective team at drawing those jammer penalties.
Yeah, they've been killing penalties. It's been their forte this weekend, and it's one of the reasons that they are in this position right now. Belfast now working against Eastern Blocker into big block. Audrey Hellborn clears a little bit of a path. Nice blocking from both teams right now. Belfast comes into big block. Hannah Murphy now takes a turn. Belfast quickly back into the track, though.
Oh, and she takes the tumble, leans heavily on the big block's back, but all the skaters stay upright.
Speaking of penalty killing, DDT comes back out on the track. Oh! Hit of the tournament from Audrey Hellborn, be called in a low block. Oh, that looked...
That's a tough one to
wow,
swallow.
that is unfortunate. That was looked like hip to thigh, but a low block somehow. Audrey Hellborn able to get her hips down below the knees on that hit.
The crowd electrified at that hit and then turned sour at the penalty call.
Wow. Unfortunate play. It looked very clean from here, but again, we're high up in the sky.
Topsy-turvy sent DDT bottom over Tea Kettle. And does she grab any more points on the end of that? 4 more points for DDT.
35-24 will be your updated score. Oh my. What a game. Audrey Hellborn delivering the hit of would have been the hit of the tournament if it weren't deemed to be illegal. Although again, I'm not sure if she could possibly get her hips that low. Not to slam the refs, but that.
There's an angle that we can't see yet. To see no harder job in roller derby than that of wearing the referee stripes.
That is true. It is true, but I just don't know how you could textbook a hip check better than that.
Oh, I know.
That is Audrey Hellborn's forte. It's official review being called now for Mr. Wenser.
Yeah. I think he's trying to probably plead that exact case himself.
Maybe. And you can hear the Toronto fans, the other three teams in the Toronto Roller Derby House League, throwing their full support behind the Death Track Dolls here.
Now, we talked earlier about the camaraderie and the sense of community, and the developmental factor of this tournament does not make it any less competitive.
No,
there is a lot of pride on the line in each and every single one of these games, so you'll see the intensity level that is on par with anything else you see anywhere else in the Derby world.
Oh, that is true. And when we get this jam underway, it's going to be a 2-2 pack. Rainbow Fight being given the star. They've used her in timely situations so far for this tournament whenever they needed a little shift in momentum or whatnot. And it looks like whatever the official review was, it's not going to go the Dolls' favor. Nothing changes on the track.
Look for Rainbow Fight to focus on drawing a power jam. They used that strategy very effectively in their last game. So right here, you'll be looking at Rainbow Fight attempting to draw a power jam.
Oh, but Pummeler able to get around that wall very quickly. It's a 3-wall at the back that Rainbow is pushing against. Oh, Rainbow takes a hit to the inside from Sister Disaster. Able to stay up. Oh, it takes a big hit from Margaret Choke. And Pummeler is your lead jammer.
Yes. One skater left to beat. Sister Disaster try to edges her to the inside, but Rainbow Fight stays on inbounds.
Sarcasm absorbs a big hit, able to move to the front, trying to save their points. Big hit from Aims to Kill. Amanda Pummeler forced to call it off. No points for either team on that one.
Looks like a penalty parade on the way for the Slaughter Daughters. They've got a full penalty box. Sister Disaster's on deck to serve a penalty as soon as there's space in the box.
Oh, now we're hearing the Ottawa fans turning it up with the Slaughter Daughters chant. Both sets of fans getting into this one. Just past the halfway mark, 35-24 is the lead for the Slaughter Daughters right now. Getcha kicks out there to jam against Carnage. Speed and Hawken was holding it briefly.
Carnage again with a burst of speed. That 0 to 60 acceleration that is very apparent on the Rideau Valley Slaughter Daughters team has earned them a couple lead jams.
And once again, it's Hannah Murphy holding back Getcha kicks. But she can only do it for so long. She is through, but Carnage is already around and scoring. Audrey Halborn back on the track with some strong defense, pulling Carnage all the way back. And this could force the call off, and it does. 2 points, though, picked up.
Gotta say, very impressed with the game sense and game smarts possessed by Carnage in just her first season. Tried to find out where the opposing jammer was and use that as her decision to call it off instead of trying to attempt to get back into play.
A nice job there. Santilli in your face out there now to jam against Soul Wrecker.
Yeah, both jammers kind of jostling for a favorable position.
2-2 in the pack. Soul Wrecker able to work her way through. Lead jammer again for the Daughters. Oh, and Santilli in your face doing a nice job of getting by Annihilator.
Yeah, that was an excellent juke. Had Annihilator bite on the inside line.
Soul Wrecker, though, coming around to score. Oh, a nice move to stay out and calls it as Aims to Kill knocks out of bounds, but she picked up all 4.
Oh, it looks
3
like
points, sorry.
And Aims to Kill just looks like she gets shut out on that jam.
So 3 points picked up, now 37-24, 8 minutes left. DDT back out there against Belfast. Still only 3-2 pack advantage now for the Death Track Dolls. Hannah Murphy into big block. The lone blockers on the track for the Daughters.
They'll be getting Blackout Susan very shortly. She's standing up in the penalty box. By the time they're in a scoring position.
Nice job again by Audrey Halborn. She's having a phenomenal game right now. And Belfast is your lead jammer. Finally able to juke around Hannah Murphy. She's through. Oh! Hannah Murphy goes into the... she is being called. She took some steps out of bound before delivering that hit, but it was a big, decisive hit on Rainbow Fight. Belfast through and calls it. She picked up at least 3 points there. Let's see if it's any more. All 4 for Belfast.
She got all 4. I'm not sure if she made her way around big block before the 4th whistle right there.
Looked like 3 from up here. But again, the angles.
It's easy to be the judge from so far away.
Yes. 12 points is the difference now, 40-28. Oh, just under 7 minutes remaining in this semifinal at the 2013 Beast of the East, and it is as advertised.
Yeah.
The intensity.
Death Track Dolls definitely within striking distance here. At no point has it ever been one-sided in this affair. very, very loose bunch of skaters right now with the Slaughter Daughters. They're just dancing away with the crowd.
And GK looking as nonplussed as she usually does. Get your kicks, number 76 in the red and white.
Yeah, there's a definition of game face. Get your kicks.
I don't think Get Your Kicks has another face. Oh, and you can hear the both fans yelling back and forth, trying to drown the other out, and all it's doing is just making one big loud wall of noise.
Either way you look at it, regardless of who wins this game, we're going to have an Ontario versus Quebec final, so expect a ruckus, bipartisan crowd for the final.
Exactly. It's unfortunate that only one of these two teams, who've both had such phenomenal tournaments, are going to be able to go through the final. But you can't, somehow you just can't have three Derby teams on one game.
In one day, no. I don't know, maybe we should try. I think we have an idea here, Darren.
Actually, yeah, 3 jammers, 3 packs. Huh.
Call the patent office.
So another discussion going on. No penalties have been taken, timeouts have been taken. So official review has come to an end. Oh my, 3-2 brief pack advantage as Sister Disaster is standing and about to re-enter for the Slaughter Daughters. It's going to be Amanda Pummeler versus Get Your Kicks with the Stars.
I think Get Your Kicks has an eye on some jammer-on-jammer contact right off the start. Oh, no, she faked it off to the side.
Get Your Kicks knocked to the inside very nicely by Annihilator.
I thought she had that line all sewed up. Oh, and Get Your... Oh, and it's... Amanda Pummeler is your lead jammer. I thought she was getting signaled out for a penalty, but no, she's already through on her scoring path.
Oh!
Quick, natural grand slam for Amanda Pummeler.
Oh,
and now it's turning into a power jam.
Get Your Kicks heading to the penalty box. Another cut. She's not had a strong a game as she has in the rest of the tournament here. And this could be a definitive moment in this game. Yet another power jam for the Slaughter Daughters.
6 minutes left to play. If Amanda Pummeler can make the most of this, it could build up a pretty large deficit. Almost insurmountable, but...
Annihilator now heading to the penalty box. It's 2-2 in the packs on this power jam. Amanda Pummeler coming around for another pass. Rage in a cage. Oh, gets a hit on her, and she cut. She pushes her foot out.
She tried to get that foot up off the ground, but not quite. Just dragged it for a brief moment.
And now Get Your Kicks is going to come back on, and she will have about a 30-second power jam, I would say.
Yeah, you'd kind of want Amanda Pummeler to hustle a little faster to get in that chair so that she would serve less of a penalty.
And here comes Get Your Kicks now coming back onto the track.
Hannah Murphy stretching this pack all the way to the back, the length of the track. Smart move by the Slaughter Daughters.
Unfortunately, though, it does mean that they're kind of spread out. Oh, but a nice reformation. Yeah. Thanks for finishing my words, Tips. You getting a little tongue-tied?
Hey, it's been a lot of roller derby, man. Right?
You knew what I was trying to say. And
yeah.
Sister Disaster, nice hit out. Aims to kill, though, making sure that Sister couldn't drag Get Your Kicks back. Get Your Kicks down. And Get Your Kicks is looking a little labored right now.
She's and with Amanda Pummeler already standing. Oh, just a solid wall of non-stop Sister Disaster.
Oh, and Amanda Pummeler comes back in, and she will get her points, 4 points, as that jam comes to its conclusion.
And Amanda Pummeler trying to overemphasize her ability to score points, and kind of had one of those humbling moments as she slipped and fell back down.
On her way off the track. All right, it's going to be carnage out there against Santilli in your face, 59-28. It's a pretty commanding lead, given how close this has been. That power jam could be the difference when it comes down to it.
And that was also a crucial power jam kill on part of the Slaughter Daughters.
That's right. Yeah, holding GK back. She wasn't allowed to use her brief power jam. Nice job by Audrey Hellborn to force Carnage back. Neither jammer able to get through yet. Tough 3-wall for Santilli in your face as both of these packs have come to a dead stop.
Yeah, it's a lot of hustle and muscle going on down there right now.
Neither jammer able to get through. Audrey Hellborn trying to drag her back. Santilli in your face scrapping. Amazing pack work from both of these teams. It's Hannah Murphy and Santilli in your face. 1-on-1. Blackout Susie coming in. Oh, big hit.
With the save. Does she stay in bounds and play there? No, I guess the referee called her out on it.
That's right. Now Santilli in your face is your lead jammer.
But excellent work. I think that actually might be a penalty worth taking because it managed to eat up just enough time so that Carnage can catch up to the Doll jammer.
And Santillan face goes through and calls it off as she leaps. A big pickup for the just one for the Death Track Dolls.
No, I believe that's just one for the
one
Slaughter
for
Daughters.
the Slaughter Daughters, yes.
There it is. 4 points.
28 points now is the difference. Only 3 minutes left. Time is not on the side of the Death Track Dolls right now. Soul Wrecker back out there to jam against Belfast in the red and white.
Yeah, the Soul Wrecker bursting her way through. Now she's just got to make sure she takes.
Oh, the big block with the big hit, and she's being sent off immediately for that. Another hit that looked like it might have been clean, but
that's going to be tough for the players to actually try to. How do you call this?
Yeah.
Anytime it's perceived as a big hit, all the skaters are heading off to the penalty box.
Yeah,
if you're a player, how do you regulate yourself?
That is the second, what looked to be phenomenal hit on a jammer this game that has been called for a penalty.
Both with the potential for being hit of the tournament.
Yeah, yeah. And that, I mean, again, initial impact seemed clearly to be shoulder to shoulder, and maybe her arm came up as she was balancing herself, but the penalty should be assessed on point of impact, I believe. And that looked shoulder to shoulder to me. But again, what are we to say?
Who are we to say? We're just two guys saying halfway funny things into microphones.
That's right. 2 minutes remaining, 64-32. Rainbow Fight out there to jam for the Dolls as they try to mount a very late comeback here. Nice work. Some nice juking from Rainbow Fight. She's going to beat Hannah Murphy on the outside. She is your lead jammer. DDT having a hard time with Audrey Hellborn once again. Hannah Murphy peels her off. Canadian Psycho now left alone, and Audrey Hellborn with more big hits. DDT finally through as Rainbow comes up to score. Throwing, and she calls it off.
And that's an important distinction, because at this point, with this type of lead, with just about a minute left to play, they're really going to have to count on some form of jammer mistake or a power jam to make it up. Because as long as the Slaughter Daughter jammer can keep pace with the Dolls, it still looks like a game that is will be decided by the Daughters.
That's right, and we are under a minute. Death Track Dolls might have wanted to take a timeout there just to try to stop the clock, and now they are, but I mean, that's a little bit late. A little bit of a miscue there for the Dolls, I think, waiting too long on that. Could have gotten two more jams potentially out of that, but...
Because as is right now, if this has potential to be the last jam of the game, you need a power jam, an over 30-point advantage in one final jam to grasp control of this, to get a comeback. I can barely speak.
Yes.
It's been a lot of roller derby.
A lot of roller derby, a lot of excitement. And this game has really lived up to all the promise. 64-36. I know it seems like a big lead right now for the Daughters. It doesn't feel like that on the track, and I have a feeling that if we played a full game between these two teams, it would be back and forth the whole way.
Oh, non-stop. Very, very evenly matched teams.
Oh, and Rainbow Fight's going to go back out to take the jam. I think that's a good call. Getcha Kicks has not had a particularly strong game. Not to say anything about her. She's had a phenomenal tournament. It's been a big reason why that the Dolls are in this position.
And she was looking rather pained and labored at the end of that last jam that she was up. Perhaps she's fatigue finally getting a hold of her.
Yeah. She's put in a lot of track time this weekend. So with 48 seconds left on the clock, this looks like it will be our final jam of this semifinal game of the 2013 Beast of the East. And we're underway.
And Amanda Pumler staying in bounds. She grabs lead jam. If she can keep it clean for 37 seconds, we've got this game. Again, it's going to be the point of keeping it clean. And watch for Rainbow Bright to engage Amanda Pumler in this.
Yeah, Rainbow Fight has no fear about getting into some jammer-on-jammer action, but it looks like Pumler approaching a very fast pack. A good pace line being drawn by the Dolls as they buy some time. Rainbow Fight is scoring. Amanda Pumler goes down, but she's right back up. But again, time not on the side of the Dolls, despite this nice pickup here at the end from Rainbow Fight.
I think that's going to be the game right here.
4 points for both skaters. And Rainbow now realizing that she's going to have to try to draw something out of Amanda Pumler, but Amanda Pumler can just call it off, and she does. And that's going to be the game. 28 points looks like it will be the difference. The Slaughter Daughters moving on to their third consecutive Beast of the East final.
Again, now it's Slaughter Daughters being a lot of people's pick to make it to the finals. So basically living up to their potential in this tournament, but still.
And I think a lot of people did have their eye on the Dolls, but I don't know if anyone thought the Death Track Dolls were going to be quite as dominant as they have been this weekend, and giving it their all to the Slaughter Daughters. 28 points is the final. It felt even closer from here.
I think the Dolls with probably the most impressive showing of the tournament, but one of my favorite stories so far would be the Rouge et Gore.
Yes.
Yeah, they had a couple very exciting, fun games to watch.
Yeah,
and it was their first Beast of the East tournament as well.
Yes, it was. They reminded me a lot about Thunder Bay's run last year to the quarterfinals when Thunder Bay was playing in their first tournament. Yeah, Rouge et Gore, a very impressive performance. Slaughter Daughters will look for their second Beast of the East championship in 3 years, and the Death Track Dolls will look for a second, third place finish in 3 years. They finished third in 2011. Dolls getting some love now as they go for their skate.
Well deserved. A lot of Toronto fans in the building.
So that has been made official now, the final 68-40. Now we do have a junior roller derby bout coming up. We have a little bit of a break before the final two games of the Beast of the East. At 4 p.m., Les Filles de Wa will take on the Death Track Dolls for third place in this tournament. And at 5 o'clock, 2 halves of 20 minutes each, the Slaughter Daughters will take on La Racaille, historically the two most successful teams in this tournament's history. So it will be one for the ages, undoubtedly. But between there and now, we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a Montreal Roller Derby Junior showcase. So
stick around for the junior skaters, because that's a lot of fun.
Yes. Well, Tipsy.
That was a pleasure to call this one with you, Derby Nerd.
As always, yeah, a pleasure to call with you as well. For the Canuck Derby TV crew, I'm the Derby Nerd with Tipsy McStaggers, and we'll see you shortly.
I'm ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
And we're back to Beast of the East. The finals and the bronze medal match are set in stone. But before that happens, we're going to get to have some Montreal Roller Derby Junior Rhythm and Brews action. Good to see the juniors on skates. I'm Captain Lou Albamo. I am joined on the microphone by the lovely
Rod Crasher, back on the air. It's been a while today. I haven't done it yet, so I hope you didn't miss me too much. Did you miss me, Lou?
Was that?
Did you miss me, Lou?
I miss you every moment that you're not here, Rod. Every moment.
I'm keeping the crowd down there with a dance party. Very actively excited.
Exactly. Something the announcers need to do. It's a fine art of keeping the crowd hyped up and entertained, keeping the crowd motivated. And keeping the crowd motivated today, I'm seeing FLQ wearing the microphone at her mouth, ready to announce these junior roller derby matchup. They have been teamed up into a black and white setup. They're all on the track. I think we're going to get some intros going on. We'll do our best to follow along, Rod.
Well, it looks like they're going to go through the entire roster, introduce everybody. And I think that Plastic Patrick will be joining FLQ on the floor there, so we'll see what happens.
So I'm seeing number 32A. That's Magic Mullet skating on Team Noir. Number 182, Jamie's Got a Gun. Number Olay, it's Claudel Passot. Number 4, it's El Scalato. Number 27, Baby Bug. Number H2O, that's Fraisonet. My apologies to anyone French out there listening to the Anglo letters. We got number 15, Ancuna Matata.
That's an awesome name. I love it.
Indeed. Number 38, it's Black Belt Beauty. And number 61, maybe the best name on this team, it's El Booby Puncher. Brad, why don't you take over the Blanc side?
I got the Blanc side starting it up. Number 70's Foxy Lady. Number 7 is Tiger Lily. Mr. T, number 88. CO2 is Adder Cop. 6666 is Cherry Bomb. Crush Cooper, number 9. Number 17, Best Kind. And the captain is number 13. She is named Roadrunner.
And I believe she is the captain and the founder of this roller derby league.
That's amazing. I also heard that Tank, the guy over there in the dress, that's his daughter's on the team, or one of his kids is on the team, one of the two teams. I'm not sure which one. That's all that I know.
Well, it's good to see dads helping out in roller derby. We need the guys to add support, but it's the ladies that are taking the track. Junior roller derby action about to take place at the Beast of the East for the first time ever.
And you see on the black side, we've got Smack Daddy from the New Skids on the Block, rocking the bench, hoping to do some coaching, I suppose, yeah.
Smack has been known to provide some coaching assistance to the FDR as well, so their experience will be appreciated. We're going to get the jam underway for the white team, breaking free very quickly. That is number 13. That's Roadrunner.
She is the captain and duly deserved, clearly.
And the captain for the black team in this game, that's number 182, Jamie's Got a Gun. Both jammers coming into the pack. Roadrunner calling it off. 4 points aside, Broad.
Both sides get 4 points. That's very exciting. 4-4. So far, so good.
And we will spot who the jammers are this time around as soon as we can make out their numbers.
I think that is CO2, which is Adder Cop on the white team. I think.
I believe you are correct, Broad.
We'll see very shortly. Nope, that is number 70, Foxy Lady.
Well, there you go. Foxy Lady wearing the star for Team Blanc, getting lead jammer stuck in the pack. That is number 61, El Booby Puncher for Team Noir. Booby Puncher running into the back of Roadrunner and Cherry Bomb. Still hung up on a wall of white. And meanwhile, Foxy Lady's all the way around ready to score, Broad.
She is totally ready. She fought her way through that pack. She's being chased down by a little one. They are so cute. I can't help it, but Baby Bug was chasing her as far as she could until she got called back into the pack.
That's right. She was considering laying a smackdown, but had to come back. El Booby Puncher has escaped from this pack, but Foxy Lady is around looking to do another scoring pass. She's through. Calls off the
she
jam.
calls it off. Scoring 4 points for Team Blanc.
So it looks like the white team is taking command of this game. 2 minutes gone. 18 minutes to go. Following the Beast format, a 20-minute bout. 13-4 in this junior roller derby matchup.
And they're off. We're not sure what their numbers are. They're very faint. But we'll give you a second when we see them.
That's right. We'll pick them up as we start getting used to these junior skaters. I'm seeing number 32A for the black team. That's Magic Mullet.
And number 88, which is Mr. T for Team Blanc. She's trying to make her way through that pack, eh?
And if I'm correct, I believe there are a couple of young gentlemen skating in this as well. Mr.
Oh, yes.
T may be one of them.
Yes, yes, indeed.
And Mr. T, with some nice acceleration on the inside, escapes from the pack for Team White, but not before Magic Mullet puts 5 points up on the board for Team Noir.
And Team Noir calls it off just in time. Mr. T was approaching that back wall.
So Montreal Roller Derby, both with a strong women's flat track organization. They have a very strong men's team as well. Now we're seeing what the junior derby action is like in La Belle Provence, and it's pretty darn exciting, as all of Beast of the East has been, Broad.
And I believe I heard from my friends are all in the Montreal League, of course. So they were telling me that the first junior to make it into a team has finally happened. So it's been around for that long that they have actually progressed to being rostered on one of the home teams.
And the captain for the white team, Roadrunner, quickly through, picking up lead jammer. And there she is, coming out the front of the pack. It's number 27 for the black team, wearing the star. That's Baby Bug. Roadrunner through for 4 points, calling it off for Baby Bug, can make it around and score any points for her own team. Team White moving out to a 17-9 lead with 15 and a half minutes to go in this game.
You can see how excited they are. They're going into their bench really fast. And one of them just went down on his knees like, I'm okay. It's okay. He kind of landed funny. It was good. It's the great thing about kids. They don't get hurt very much.
Indestructible.
Right.
So yes, junior roller derby bringing up the future of this sport. The skaters showing a lot of skill and talent already in this matchup. Jammers crashing into this pack.
And it looks like the white jammer is your lead jammer. That is number 6666, Cherie Bum.
She doesn't mess around with the sixes on her uniform. That is number 3B for Team Black. That is the Black Belt Beauty.
Cherie is coming up, and she's making her way around the outside. Oh, she got hit by her own player. Whoops.
To be fair, it was a very good hit that Mr. T put on.
Absolutely, totally.
On his own jammer. Perhaps not what was intended, but little.
Well, he seems to be smiling out there.
Little interchange
so.
out there. That's right.
I'm sorry. No one saw that, right, Mom?
Number 4 jamming for Team Noir. El Skeleto on the track. That's number 7 for Team White.
Tiger Lily. And Tiger Lily is trying to make her way back through the pack, while it's number 4 for the black team. El Skeleto is your lead jammer.
She's all the way around the track.
Oh yeah,
ready.
she's gonna lap number 7, and Tiger Lily just makes it through the pack, followed quickly by El Skeleto.
So yes, Tiger Lily has escaped. Skeleto's made her way through the pack, gets 4 points, gets a signal from her bench that it's time to call off the jam. She does so. And Team Black has crawled back into contention in this game over the last couple of jams. It is 20-17, a 3-point game with 13 minutes to go. Junior Derby lining up on the track for another go round. That's Foxy Lady lining up for Team White.
And I believe we have Skeleto on the line again. That's what
She's
it
back
looks
again.
like.
Oh, no, you know what? That is number Orlay, Claudel Passot.
I was wrong.
We've got illegal procedure on. Foxy Lady might have been a false start, failing to yield to the black jammer. She's going to go to the box for a minute, and that means Team Noir is going to have the first power jam of this game, Broad.
And she makes it through. She got traced down by 6666 Cherry Bomb, but she escaped pretty quickly.
Claudel back around the track in the pack, trying to call off the jam. She gets her hands on her hips. She gets the whistles, picking up two points. That brings Team Black to within 1, and they will start this off on a power jam.
And the score is 20-19. Super close.
Everybody looks like they're going to get a chance with a star today. It's Ancuna Matata wearing it for Team Black. Still in the box for Team White is Foxy Lady.
And we're almost halfway through this bout. See how Akuna Matata does. And sneaking on the inside, she is the lead jammer, obviously. She makes it through. Not a problem. Looks like that black wall's starting to form their sausage. Maybe they'll sweep it through.
And I believe El Skeleto, while she was forming that patient offense wall, saw somebody in the crowd that she knew, gave them a little wave, and went straight back to play in roller derby. Heading to the penalty box, that's number 27.
Failure to reform is what sent her to the box.
That's Baby Bug. Baby Bug taking a penalty. Mr. T for Team White is also going to join her in the box. So we'll be down to 3 blockers aside. And you know what, Rod? With that power jam, Team Black has moved their score up to 28. They have had a lead change and are now in control of this game with 10.5 minutes to go.
Looks like number 13 is on the line for Team White, which is the captain, Roadrunner.
And for Team Black, being held at the back.
And the captain, Roadrunner, she is your lead jammer. She's going to try and pick up as many points as possible.
Yes, her team has fallen behind in this match. She has made a lap, and she's scoring points for her team. She'll hop and a skip right through past Claudel Passot, and she gets 5 points on the board. Magic Mullet is out of the pack as well for the Team Black. So Roadrunner going to have to watch and make sure she doesn't give up any points. She's going to be able to do another scoring pass here on the outside, showing some nice speed, Rod.
Absolutely. She jumps around. She hops and a skip. Nothing will stop this one. She is going to be quite an amazing skater when she grows up a little bit.
And with that pass, Team White has moved back into the lead, 29-28, a 1-point game with just over 9 minutes remaining.
On the line, we have number 7, which is Tiger Lily, back with that star on her head. They're going to take off. Looks like, not sure who that is. We'll see in a second.
She's accelerating this wall of white very quickly around the corner. Lead jammer's going to go to the white jammer, though. Number 7.
182 is Janie's got a gun for the black team. She's passing the white jammer.
And no jammer ref would be unable to notice that the hands were going to the hips on Tiger Lily. She was making dead sure that the jam would get called off. 0-0 keeps the score at 29-28. 8.5 minutes to go.
Crash Trooper is on the line for the white team. Lou?
And I'm trying to see who that is.
Oh, sorry.
I think that might be El Booby Puncher again. Yes, it is. For Team Noir. Pushed to the outside by Roadrunner, no, by Foxy Lady.
And Tiger Lily, she is going to make her way up. She is the lead jammer. And
number 9, Crash Trooper, getting lead jammer confused by the whistle, thinking perhaps she had picked up a penalty, waved back onto the track by her jammer ref, and then calling off the jam, keeping the score at a 1-point differential.
Well, don't forget, they're still learning, and she just asked that jammer ref, I thought that's what you meant, and he told her, no, this is what this means. You're good. Come on.
Well, you know, Beast of the East is a place where a lot of adult skaters come to learn their craft, hone their skills, and now we're seeing the same thing from the junior roller derby teams as well. We've got ourselves a timeout for, I believe, Team Black. Team Black trying to get themselves reorganized. You know, Brad, we've got people from all around the world watching this broadcast.
Oh, right.
I've been told to give a shout-out to the Roller Derby of Paris ladies who are sitting there in France watching some roller derby from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I hope you've been enjoying the action all weekend long. And apparently Pookie in Sweden is watching as well. Hopefully she's having fun.
I know there's a ton of people in Moncton where I started my derby career. And I just want to shout out to MRR as well. Hey, guys. We're at Beast.
And MRR with some fantastic news on the eve of Beast of the East, getting their apprenticeship status in the WFTDA. And they were joined by another East Coast team, I believe, as well, weren't they, Brad?
I believe it was Fredericton, Fog City.
Fog City also. So 2 more WFTDA apprentices. Action back underway and through the pack quickly. That's Sherry Bomb, number 6666. Number 3B jamming for Team Noir, Black Belt Beauty. She fell over a blocker from Team White but got right back up.
And she's having a time trying to make her way through that pack finally, but she is lapped by number 6666, Shelly. Right now it's the jammer race. Holy crap.
Holy crap is the world's most amazing breakfast cereal. And if you haven't tried it, you really oughta, because we've had some samples all weekend long. It's kept us fueled and going in the announcer's booth. This is game number 27.
There's a lot of games
so
this
far.
weekend,
That's right.
yeah.
There's 2 more happening after this one. Right now, the roller derby action is at the junior level, but the action is just as intense as anything we've seen all weekend long. 34 for Team White, 28 for Team Black. 6.5 minutes to go.
Very exciting, very exciting. The Team White jammer looks like she's coming through the pack. Oh, and it is Mr. T, number 88.
Mr. T losing his footing after getting lead jammer, gets right back up and is motoring around. Foxy Lady, number 70, is heading to the penalty box, and Claudel Passot, number Olay, is the jammer for Team Black. She's out of the back. Mr. T coming up on the back, looking to find a way through that black wall to get points for Team White.
And on the outside, but he is being lapped or passed by Olay, which was really, really quite impressive. Making that gap slightly smaller, 38-32. Montreal Juniors, 5.5 minutes left. See what we can do.
6-point game. They're lining back up. Smack Daddy trying to provide some assistance from the bench, telling them how to line up. Tank also doing the same for his side. The girls following instructions, lining up on this jammer line, and we're back underway, Broad.
All right, looks like the white jammer is through. That is your captain, Roadrunner. She's been doing amazing this entire game.
She has indeed. If she keeps improving as much as we've seen, and as much as we can see in this game, Roadrunner will be a formidable opponent when she graduates to the senior league. Number 4 is El Skeleto for Team Black. She's escaped. Roadrunner calling off the jam. 4 more points for Team White, 42-32.
All right, I made a mistake. It wasn't Fox. Fox City is not Fredericton. Fox City is St. John, and I know that they're gonna laugh at me for the rest of the day. So I'm just correcting myself. Fox City is St. John. Capital City is Fredericton.
That's right, they're the other capital city.
My bad. And embarrassed.
We're just announcers. We just talk about roller derby.
We don't know what's going on.
We just hear names attached them to whatever city we want. Coming out the front of the pack, getting knocked to the ground and getting back to her feet, number 7 for Team White, but she's going to get a forearm major, Broad. Tiger Lily going to the box. Power jam opportunity for Team Black.
And Smack Daddy's just making sure that the rest of the bench is showing the Black Jammer that they are on the power jam. Oh. 32A is Magic Mullet, and she's making her way around. She's skating her way around slowly but surely.
Gaining on the pack step by step. Team Black employing the patient offense, trying to slow this pack down. Team White desperately trying to hold back the Black blocker. They only have a 10-point lead. Time's running out in this game. Knocked to the inside, Magic Mullet. And she is through for 5 points for Magic Mullet. Sherry Bomb going to the box for that block.
Failure to reform and for blocking out of play. One or the other.
Either way, she'll be serving a minute. 2 skaters in the box for Team White. Magic Mullet is through for another 5 points. And that means the score is tied in this roller derby game. Junior roller derby action providing the same scintillating close games that we've seen all weekend long. 42-42 with 2 minutes and 44 seconds to go in this game.
This is exciting. And the crowd is also going crazy. I love it.
They are indeed. Power jam over. Number 7 Tiger Lily taking to the track. I think that's Jamie's got a gun.
I think it's Skeleto.
That could be Skeleto. Let's find out.
Let's see.
Anyways, Tiger Lily is your lead jammer coming out the front as well. It is number H2O.
Which is Krasinette, is your other jammer. The Black jammer is coming through.
The game is tied. Under 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Tiger Lily coming into the pack, having to call it off before Frazinet can get all the way around. Team White picking up 1 additional point, breaking this deadlock. 43-42 is the score for Team Blanc over Team Noir, and 1 minute and 30 seconds remain in this Montreal Roller Derby Junior action bout. The Rhythm and Brews.
The Rhythm and Brews. Great name.
Lots of jostling going on that jammer line. Skaters getting knocked around before the whistle. Whistle goes through on the inside, Broad. Who is that?
The Black line totally just pushed their way through. Number 15 is the lead jammer, and that's Akuna Matata for the Team Noir. Roadrunner is passing along in front of her. There's no way in hell that number 15, Akuna Matata, could catch up, so she calls it off, which is the obvious answer.
That's right. Roadrunner shaking her head. I think she wanted to have a chance to score some points, but she knew she did not have lead. We've got a timeout by Team Black. That's a good timeout. Time was running out in this game. 57 seconds left on the board. A 1-point lead for Team Black. This game is going to come down to the final jam. And if you are looking for more roller derby action this weekend, we have 2 more fantastic bouts. The medal rounds are about to happen. at Beast of the East at 4 o'clock. We're going to see Montreal's own Fidois taking on Toronto's Death Track Dolls to see who gets third place. Third place actually gets a trophy at this tournament. It's going to be a half-hour match instead of the regular 20, a little extra time to do their work. And then at 5 o'clock, the championship matchup. La Racaille, clearly the best team from Montreal Roller Derby this year, facing off against the Slaughter Daughters. Slaughter Daughters making it to the final 3 years in a row. They won it 2 years ago, came in second last year, looking to be the first team to win this beast twice in a row.
And they're off.
No,
they're not. They're not. They were confused. That happens.
It does. They jumped
Let's
at the
reset. Let's
jumped at the
reset.
first whistle, but that whistle was just to indicate that a whistle was about to happen.
That's happened to us before. No worries. There we go. Toxic Tommy blows that whistle.
And now they can go. Number 13 is jamming for Team White. That's Roadrunner. That's number 27, Baby Bug. For Team Noir, Roadrunner taking an outside line, getting lead jammer. She can seal the deal for Team White. Baby Bug trying to get free, taking an outside line. She's only got Sherry Bomb to beat. Sherry Bomb with a hit to the outside, taking Ladybug down, and Roadrunner is coming around with 30 seconds left on the clock, Rod.
I think Smearkle may have seen some cutting, but nope, never mind. Baby Bug makes her way through that track, and she's followed quickly by Roadrunner.
Huge cheer from the crowd as Baby Bug makes her way around. Roadrunner gives her a little bump as she passes her, picking up that jammer point. Roadrunner coming around for another scoring pass. 5 seconds left in this game. Baby Bug approaching the back of the pack tentatively. Roadrunner forced to the outside by number 182. As Jamie's got a gun, she calls off the jam. No more points scored, but Team White did just enough to seal the victory, Broad. Final score 48-42 in junior roller derby action from Montreal.
Montreal junior roller derby action. You just saw the rhythm and blues. Team White is your victors, 48-42. Very, very, very exciting. I have actually never seen a juniors bout before. Have you ever, Lou?
I have seen it online, and I have seen some roller derby girls who can do some amazing things. The future is very bright for roller derby if this is the kind of skating we're going to see at this tender age on the track.
Very exciting. I believe I was told that we have quite a range of ages as well. I believe the youngest may be like 8, something like that. And then the oldest, I think, is 15, maybe. Too young to be on a women's league, but she's getting there. Very exciting time for roller derby when you see these juniors play. Awesome.
And Team Noir getting an opportunity to do a victory lap, the tradition that is sealed amongst roller derby at the senior level is being followed at the junior level as well. Both teams getting to do victory laps. One team may win on the scoreboard, but everybody wins when you play roller derby.
Everyone's leaving with a smile today, that's for sure. And that was juniors at Beast of the East. Very, very, very excited for the next 2 matches.
Yeah, I have to say, this is it. About 18 minutes until the 3-4 matchup happens. Fidois, Death Track Dolls. I'm expecting this to be as good as the previous 2 semifinals were. It's a medal round. 3rd place at stake. You get a trophy. 4th place, you go home with nothing. I'm done for the day, Brad. I think you've got one more call coming up, and it's a pretty good one.
I am actually calling the second last game. Very exciting. Very exciting.
So I'm Captain Lou Obama. I'm going to take a rest, go have a beer, enjoy the last couple games of Beast of the East. You stay tuned to Canuck Derby TV with all the fine voices and announcers that'll be giving you all the action for the final 2 games on day 2. The championship bouts are coming up, Broad.
Cheers.
ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.